This is a pop-up. No, I didn't mention I was going live. I said it to a couple of people yesterday. I was tired. I was wiped yesterday. I didn't have the energy to go live, but I promised if I felt better today, I would. So here I am. I'm going to wait for a few of y'all to come on in. We're going to do a recap of everything that happened this week. I wanted to give everybody a chance to see my reading from yesterday, and we can all discuss everything today because yesterday was a bit much. Hey, Avid Chatter. Oh, Lord, come through. We about to have the shenanigans. How are you, love? I had a couple people hit me up because they felt like the Nikki reading was heavy. Hold on, make sure my charger is in here so my phone don't cut off. There we go. All righty, I see a couple people coming on in. Oh, good morning. You must be on the other side of the pond. Hi, sweetie. How are you? Okay, we coming in. We coming in. I see the numbers going up. Said I'm doing well. I'm glad to see you're on, giving us some spiritual tea today. Listen, honey, when I tell you yesterday, the energy was bouncing off the walls. I could have done that reading live, but I'm glad that I didn't because the energy around it was so intense that it was just best for me to just zone out and focus. For everything I said, there's still a lot I didn't say, but I didn't name people on purpose because I wanted to speak freely. And it's hard to speak freely on here when you call names. Hey, Angel the babe. I hope you're feeling better, sweetheart. How are you? But yeah, I figured I come and tap in with y'all today so that I can get some feedback on everything that happened yesterday. Said I checked again. I checked the gauge on Clive's tank, and someone is giving him another fourth of a tank of air. So now he's up to half a tank again. I'm not playing with you. I told you he missed the burns. Great. I'm glad you feel better, Angel the babe. Wonderful. Oh my gosh. I'm not playing with you. Oh, oh, I'm already drinking coffee at the wrong time of day. I'm not going to have the giggles with you all day. Oh my goodness. Lord have mercy. So, yeah, y'all, I looked over a lot that was going on in the media yesterday, even with the titles of people's content. Hey, Naya, baby, how are you? Hi, Kaylin. Yeah, the titles of people content. When I tell you, people were trying to make her Griselda Blanco, like, oh, she was smuggling, you know, narcotics and all of this. And it's like, if y'all don't get the hell out of here, y'all doing too much. Said I'm starting to think he's using Queen Elizabeth ritual. It was probably using her husband's ritual because he looked like he was sitting up dead for about 3 years. Excuse me, unalived. We are on YouTube. He looked like he was taxidermied and unalive for about 3 years. Said my heart skipped yesterday. I gasped. Does air when I saw Nikki's arrest. For me, it was. I'm glad that she went live and she allowed us to see what was going on, because I promise y'all, the energy that I got is, if we weren't, you know, tuned into what was happening to her, it would have been 1,000 times worse. So that was smart of her to do so. I saw people saying, oh, well, you need to just log off and get a lawyer. She's overseas. Y'all don't know if she would have been able to call her lawyer direct due to, you know, the country codes and whatever is going on. And sometimes at the airport, depending on the signals, it's not as easy to call out, but you can connect to their Wi-Fi and go live. So her lawyer was going to find out what was going on anyway once the word got out that it was live, and they could track her down within minutes. So that was smart. Said that reading was deep. I told y'all those Sagittarius are something else when they can't have their way, baby, and that's what it is. That's what it comes down to. Said I was so busy yesterday, but I was shocked that she was arrested. Hey Megan, good evening to you too, sweetie. Hey Alicia. Said yep, that's why they kept telling her to stop filming. They knew what they were doing. Yeah, and the pilot, he was so pompous, y'all, that after everything was all said and done, he demanded that she take her video down of him. If you pay attention, because I know a lot of people make content, they were so overzealous to get their content out that they weren't really paying attention. They weren't listening. The pilot, if you listen to the guy who came to the door who was talking to Nikki, he told Nikki that they were upset because she had recorded them, and the pilot was in his feelings because he didn't like being recorded, and he was the one that pretty much caused the jump off with them to come and research her bags all over again. That was a lot of, you know, the pilot's energy, because he felt as if she didn't have the right to record him. My thing is, what were you doing for her to feel that she had to record you? What actually was happening behind the scenes that y'all made her feel that way? Like, she didn't feel that way for nothing. I'm thinking I got my phone here on the charger, y'all. The charger ain't even plugged in. Give me a second. There we go. So yeah, I thought that was extremely smart of her, because they sectioned her off from people. Even though she had people that were with her, they sectioned her off from people so that they could do whatever they did. Even if you know your international travel laws, which I know she's abreast of, because this isn't her first international tour. She travels a lot. So it wasn't like she didn't know how to move around. I want you guys, excuse me, I want you guys to pay attention to some pivotal things. When they searched her bags in the first place, she said they took possession of her bags without her permission and searched her bags. First of all, they had no security breach, which means they didn't have a probable cause to check her bags. This was not a commercial flight. This was a private plane, which it's very, very rare that they check the baggage for private flights, okay? The fact that they did not ask her permission to check her belongings was a red flag to me, because if they felt that there was a security risk or something was going on, a higher authority would have came and told her, hey, we're you know, we need you to get your bags so we can search them. They're going to give you permission first to allow them the right to search them. If you do not, then they get the permission from a higher source of security. That's how that's supposed to work. So if they checked her bags without her permission, first thing first, what was actually in the bag in the first place? Because what I thought of when the security said that, you know, the pre-rolls were his, just on GP, just being solid on some street shit, y'all, you always protect the bag. And the security guard probably was like, well, you know, no matter what, I take that. So for them to load her stuff onto the plane and then come back and tell her, well, they were upset. They were offended that you filmed them because she filmed the search, which means they did not find anything in the search to charge her with. For them to come back and get her bags to want to do another search, that felt to me like somebody was trying to put something in her belongings, point blank, period. Because once you do the initial search, there's nothing else to search. The fact that they searched in the first place without even having permission is not permissible. And how a lot of people, like, oh, well, she shouldn't have had this, she shouldn't have had that. I've had artists that have been on European tours 4 years in a row. Okay. I used to manage an artist out of the UK, so I'm very abreast of how this works in the airport. Amsterdam is not going to check you to see if you're leaving Amsterdam with pre-rolls. A pack of pre-rolls is like having a pack of cigarettes over there. Where she could have been checked would have been the UK. And what they would have done in the UK is like, oh, okay, well, we're going to confiscate this. Not we're going to take you off and lock you up and go through all these extra charges. Once she went public and she showed us what was going on, they knew that everything had blew up in their face. So they were trying to save face at this point. They couldn't even tell her what they were actually charging her for. That's why they kept telling her to stop filming, cut the phone off, cut the phone off. People were saying, oh, well, other countries it's illegal to record. Bullshit. If you can record, record. Because that right there, I promise y'all, it saved her life. Had nobody have known that she was actually getting arrested and where they were taking her to, you have no idea what could have happened to her. Let me see. Let me catch up to what y'all saying so I can be abreast of the comments. It said, yep, that's why they kept telling her to stop filming. They knew what they was doing. Said, I'm at work watching the live. Hey, duck when the manager come. Oh, shoot. It said MTS song dropped 60 points. Y'all know y'all be emailing me, keeping me up on everything. That song, just like the last one, slid clean off the charts. Said, I'm glad she recorded them because now they can't double back from what they said when she sued them. Right. Absolutely. Also, they couldn't add any extra charges or say that she had anything else in her possession that she didn't have. She held them to, a standard to where they got to stick with what they said, because now that can be used in a court of law as, well, we did X, Y, and Z, and see, her lawyer is going to come in and say, what was the proper procedures and protocol to be searched? When they show that they didn't do the proper procedures and protocols to be searched, this is going to get thrown out, and then that's when this could possibly look like profiling. Because I don't know how many of you know this, but Ari Lennox got arrested in this very same airport, I want to say like maybe 3-4 years ago, because she said that a white woman was racially profiling her, and that lady got mad because Ari said that she was harassing her, and they arrested Ari because the lady said she was uncomfortable. Exact same airport. And the Dutch have a very interesting history with how they treat us. Believe it or not, look back on some of their celebrations and some of the stuff they've done in blackface, you'll understand. Hey, Taryn. Tia Player, hey, sweetie, how are you? Said this situation is very suspect. They really tried it. Yeah, Nikki's got people's feathers ruffled because she's doing what's considered as the impossible. And she's doing it on a global scale. What she's doing is like things that you expect pop stars in the 80s and 90s to do, like Michael Jackson and people that were huge like that back then in that time without social media. we haven't seen this kind of fanfare and pandemonium around an artist in a long time that has been organic. Most of what you see has been created by algorithms and, the machine. What she's doing is really touching people organically, and they can't control it, but they want to extinguish it. Said, I'm sure they assume that they assume that only the Barbs love her, so there won't be an outrage. But GP insisted Amsterdam is a ganja country and asks why. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I agree, Angel the Babe. That's why I said it didn't make any sense for Amsterdam to be saying, oh, well, we caught her with, we'll say, paraphernalia. That's like having a cigarette over there. 40 pre-rolls is like saying you got 2 packs of Newports. That's nothing to go to jail for over there. So, and Megan trying to troll on Twitter like she's not going to be the next in cuffs. She just loves seeing black people go to jail. She's not going to be in cuffs because she's not the one that pressed charges against Tory. She got the state to do it, and she got on the stand and admitted to lying. So that's not, where she could possibly face charges. But Tory can, sue her for damages civilly. And he'd have to stand in line because everybody wants her last $6. Let's see, the fact that this is what's going to start them looking into Camel's face is crazy. Well, here's the thing, my baby. They already been looking into him. It's just that he's got a lot of karma. And that karma is about to start hitting them, real hard. See, it's worse for karma to hit you on the back end when you get comfortable than to face it head on. So now he's about to start having a tsunami worth of karma coming his way because he's done a lot to a lot of people. She's not the first, and if he had it his way, she won't be the last. But everybody's starting to pay for the things that they've done this year. I would say over the next 2 years, we're going to see people get exposed this year. Next year, you're going to start seeing people face charges. And then between 2025 to 2026, you're going to have a lot of people on trial. Yeah, that is her evidence, Monique. Absolutely. And I'm glad that she for evidentiary purposes, I'm glad that she was quick on her toes and she was thinking. Because even if they tried to erase it from their phone, it wouldn't matter because she went live. So people were screen recording. And then on top of that, you try to erase stuff from people's phone, you still have the cloud and all that type of stuff. So it's a lot harder to circumvent things now than it used to be. Said Cop Nation, they couldn't act right. Yeah. Kaylin says, Wright wouldn't even give her the address. That was crazy. Well, Kaylin, here's the thing, though. The Barbs were on it before they could get her, halfway up the damn street. The Barbs had figured out, okay, here's the airport. Here's the local municipality. They figured out exactly where they took her. They had triangulated all the different precincts, found out exactly what precinct she was in. So it didn't even matter. The way that they showed up at her hotel, they were going to show up at the jail. So eventually they had to let her out anyway because, hey, the Barbs don't play. They were coming no matter what. And if they had to stand out there and sing outside the jail, Free Nikki, they were going to be out there until they freed her. It backfired. It actually worked out on her behalf as PR. It worked out as marketing. Not that she needs marketing that way, but what they thought would work against her ended up helping to boost her. Hey, Hunters. Said they thought that they had Nikki, but they didn't. If she wasn't quick on her toes, please believe it. But see, God was dealing with her, and her intuition kicked in, and she listened. Yeah, said they named it soft drugs to save face, bribe grabbers. Very interesting though, because I mean, how do you name it that when that is literally legal in your country? They did that, like you said, to save face for media purposes, but it's still gonna backfire. So do you think Atlantic Records is behind this, or they have bigger fish to worry about? Um, Even though there's people at Atlantic that are mad with Nicki for not signing with them, I don't feel their signature on this. Now, were they sitting back waiting to see what happened? Yeah. A lot of people are hoping to knock her off of, what they feel is her pedestal. Had they have been able to do her like Brittany Griner, it not only would have ended, the tour, it would have ended her career. It would have taken a lot of money to get her out, and by the time she got out, her career would have been done. They would have crowned somebody else the new queen, and it would have served their purpose to get rid of her and pass the mic. But it didn't happen that way. It's crazy. It's like, why y'all can't just let her do her victory lap and retire gracefully and hand over the mic? She's leaving anyway. She's going to fall back and do her own thing in a whole nother lane. Why y'all can't just wait? It's not going to be that long. So what's weird is Camel and Joanne is always in London. I don't know what they did behind the doors. Hey Cashmere, how are you? That Michi Dog said the label's going broke. Yes, a lot of labels are going broke. And see, I want y'all to pay attention to this, because it's like now, hiring artists that have very limited talent, that was a good gimmick for a while, because you can replace some dime or, for a dozen. But now they're about to pull a very slick one, and they're going to start, creating AI entertainment. They've already been testing it the last few years. In social media, you have AI rappers, you have AI models that have their own IG pages. They have millions of followers. If you pay attention to the way things are going now on here, just on YouTube, you have a lot of people that have AI generated YouTube pages where they make AI parodies of popular songs, and they're doing it in like 1969 or 1967, or if this person came out on Motown. All of that is a gimmick to get people comfortable with listening to AI generated music, because this is not new. If you work in music, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. Between the Trident keyboard, where you could sing and record your voice, and then it would play your chords back, and you could pick the chords that you use for your voice and do your own backgrounds through the keyboard, or like SoundForge Audio, because I remember when SoundForge started coming in for the higher end studios, they had programs, I want to say at least 15 years ago, where 10 to 15 years ago, where you could speak like how I'm speaking to you. The computer would they record your voice, and they uploaded like a track to the computer, and they type in the words to the lyrics, and then they click the key that they want you to sing in, and the computer would generate your voice singing the words that they typed in whatever key that they chose. So they've been able to do this a long time, but they couldn't launch this back then because people would have been outraged. So what they did was they started to put out these AI programs that everybody could use on their phone to see how people would take to it. And when they saw that they were doing these AI generated pictures, it got people used to seeing false people who didn't have pores that look cartoon like. And now, you know, a lot of people don't know how to post natural pictures without filters. So when they put up these AI models, you know, it just looks like a regular filtered pretty person. So now that they got all these AI generated apps where you could, you know, post your favorite song in AI and change the year, the genre, all of that, people are now comfortable with the idea of hearing AI generated music. So they're going to get rid of the actual talent altogether because the labels are not making any money. And this way, if they go AI, they can get rid of voice actors for like cartoons. They can get rid of you know, stuntmen and action movies and things like that, because everything will be computer generated, and eventually there will no longer be real celebrities anymore. Everything will be computer generated. This way they can control everything that you see without somebody running off the rails and having a moment with their conscience and coming on, you know, something like this and telling y'all that it's not what y'all think it is. So, you know, the industry is very crafty. They no longer want to pay anybody because they're not making the money they used to make. And before it's all said and done, you know, the last of what you're seeing as far as celebrity and entertainment, it's going to disappear in the next 10 to 20 years. So I would suggest that as many people can go independent, do it now, because they want to eliminate, you know, the whole human experience and make everything AI and iRobot. Says so ready for the crumble. Hi Amaya, how are you, sweetie? Said Joe Button said all the labels are going broke. Um, Labels and the movie houses. Said the pilot got Nikki arrested. Used to work for Warner, Sony, and Universal Music, one of them, but he is and used to be industry. Now, see, I didn't know he used to be industry, but that makes sense because that means he's a direct link to whoever set this up in the first place. He's the direct third party link, and that's why he wants her to take down all these videos, all these pictures of him, because he didn't want to be identified. Well, thank you for that, Taryn. Interesting. You said you did screen record. Said, I'm so scared for her. Like, she's got to be out there for almost 2 months. Baby, don't be scared. Just pray for her. Because, see, what God going to do is show up and show out. And everybody who comes against her, it's going to get to the point to where the police going to be afraid to sneeze her way. Nobody else going to want to check nothing. She could come through in a marijuana dress, and they're going to be like, leave her alone. We do not need the barbs in here tearing up our airport. We just going to have to look the other way. I'm telling you. See, when you do things in a righteous way, no matter how people come against you, things will always work out in your favor. It may be a little harder, but it works out. So do you think this was a distraction from Henny's Boston show because there was no footage? This was more than that. They know that her tour is pretty much smoke and mirrors. They know that. They know they can only tell so many lies, because with everybody having phones and everybody having the ability to do research, it's not hard to find out the truth about what's going on with her. I really feel like that what they wanted to do was get rid of her. If you won't step down, we'll snatch the rug from up under you. And it didn't work. It backfired. Said if Nikki ever got kidnapped, the Barts would find her in 2 seconds. Baby, they not gonna even play with her like that no more, because I'm telling you, what you just said, no lies told. I had Barbs that were sending me screenshots like, we tracked her down, we found her, and I'm like, damn, I didn't even get through my damn reading yet. Like, is she even finished being booked? Like, they had found her It wasn't even 10 minutes after the arrest. They knew exactly where she was, and they were organizing to see who was going down there. Said these shows camel face said these shows camel face how the Barbs hold Nikki down home and abroad. Yeah, absolutely. Opinion regarding hot dog. We know that's a bot, but thank you for your engagement. Let's see, Cashmere Camel did this all over some WAP that everyone did already had. Well, here's the intriguing part. This is not new. It's a story as old as time. We know the oldest profession on the face of the earth. It was even in the Bible. That is what is financing the industry. Okay? Always have, and definitely always will now, because they're not making the money that they used to make. So it makes you wonder, what is her real job, allegedly? Said the industry has turned Barbs to deactivate. Oh, to the industry has turned Barbs into detectives and investigators. Absolutely. And they some of the best to ever do it. Between the Barbs and the Umbrellas, I'm telling you, that something happened to me. I want both of those groups to come together and find my ass, because I know I'm gonna be found between those groups. Put the Barbrellas on on the payroll, because they coming. Said they can't control artists like they used to. They can't control real talent like they used to. See, they can control the talentless hacks, because, I mean, what else are they going to do? Lead the industry and go work somewhere where they can't afford to pay their rent? And see, when you get used to somebody, putting stacks and bundles in your hand, and you know that you don't have the skill set to go out and start businesses, and you don't have the skill set to open your own label and do your music independent and tour on your own because you really suck, you're going to do whatever they tell you to do, because you're not trying to go work at Home Depot and have people asking you how the hell you work here and you had a #1 last year. How hard would that be to go back to a regular life after being in the spotlight, and then you don't want to have to explain to people what really happened, because people can't conceive how this really goes. They don't know that, this whole thing is smoke and mirrors. If people understood how many smoke and mirrors were involved with this, a lot of folks wouldn't even, be excited to see certain things. Hey, Milan Mystic Messages. Y'all go check out her reading that she just dropped today. She put out one for Nikki's arrest as well, and she picked up on some things that I saw that I didn't even speak on. And yeah, I'm telling you, if Nikki had not have shown us what was going on, it could have been very dire, because even though she was with people, they separated her from the people that she was with for a reason. Said, I feel like the people would feel so disconnected from AI, though, if everything was AI. Taryn, you'd be surprised how much you see is actually AI. Seriously, you'd be surprised. It's so much stuff that's computer generated. And see, they've got people disconnected from people. So many people are used to social media to the point to where they can't even go on a date, because you got two people at the table like this. Can't eat because they got to film everything and take a picture. So it's a lot closer than you think, because they've desocialized people. People have the idea of the internet them versus who the real person is. You got people that will start a whole relationship through texting and never talk to each other, and then try to figure out why they didn't know the person they were dealing with was crazy as hell. It's called, you didn't get to know them. Did you really talk to them? A couple of texts with some abbreviations is not gonna teach you about vocal inflections and looking into the person's face and watching their body language as you talk to them. A lot of things get lost in translation. They're training the whole world to not pick up on, physical, mental, and emotional cues, which is already having people detached, unfortunately. And then you think about, we've got toddlers that know how to work any tablet, any phone, change the channels on the TV and can't even read. And it's like, how the hell did you find this cartoon on TV, but you can't read? Like, they have already taught us to be detached and to, depend on technology more than we depend on our own, you know, um, brain power and common sense. And, let's not even speak about the people who don't have common sense. Said, this is exactly what I've been telling my family. Said, yes, the pilot privated his Instagram and changed his Instagram name a million times to hide from the Barbs. Baby, he can't hide from the Barbs. That's one thing I give the Barbs. The Barbs know how to find you and let everybody know they found you. Hey, Shemaya. Charles Harvey said AI needs to give us that 8066 Indian Treaty before everything go up in smoke. Uh, Charles, baby, the way they about to do everything, they gonna try to leave us here. They've already stolen everything that they can possibly steal, and they watered down our food and gave us these magical seeds that are all been genetically modified so that we're not healthy enough and strong enough to go to battle if we need to. Most of the stuff that we eat in this country is banned everywhere else. Like, I live in Detroit. If I go across the bridge or across the tunnel to grocery shop, I promise you right now, just a 15-20 minute drive to go off into Canada, 90% of what they got over there in their grocery store, the ingredients are so much more simple than what's in the American food over there. Like, just to go buy ketchup, the ketchup might have 5, possibly 6 ingredients if you count the seasonings. And then you come over here and you can't read 80% of the ingredients because all the ingredients got 17 to 22 letters. Same product, just made completely different. And that's literally, it's a lake, a river that separates my country from Canada, and that river means that much difference in the products that they eat over there versus what we have over here. Let's see, that second leg announcement sent them through the roof. They're big mad. Well, see, it's not even that the second leg announcement sent them through the roof, because the second leg is over in Europe. The third leg announcement, when they said that she gets to come back to the United States and do it all over again, they like, nah, I know you lying. We done had enough. The other people already ain't selling. How are our fans gonna have any money to come and see us if you come back and snatch the last of the crumbs off the table? They cannot believe that she's, like I said, she's doing these type of numbers. We haven't seen organic sales like this for concerts outside of like country music and artists like Michael Jackson. What she's doing is considered impossible by today's standards, because you got to remember, even music is not selling right now. True sales, real sales, thing of the past. That's why, when they do Grammy nominations, they're, I don't know how many of you know this, but like, the music videos that you see on YouTube and Vivo, all of that goes into Grammy nominations now, because they don't have the sales. The radio spins are not like they used to be due to marketing budgets. They don't call it payola anymore. It's marketing budgets, where you pay into your marketing budget for, the stations, and they let you know how many times your song is going to be played every day. They let you know what slot the song is going to be played in. They let you know pretty much the commercial advertisement that is going to be in that time slot. So they made sure that you, the person, the public, can't come in with payola because that's illegal. But they can come in and do what they call a marketing budget, and it's the exact same thing, but it's corporatized. Said Nikki better thank the heavens for her fans because they do love her down. Baby, I believe that she does. That's why she came out in the middle of the night and met with everybody. I was wondering why the hell she had that hot ass coat on. I'm like, I don't think it's cold like that over there in the UK. But she came out, no makeup on, with and she met with everybody and told them to bring it down and calm down so that they don't disturb the other people sleeping. And I thought that was so sweet because she didn't have to. She could have just let the arena make that announcement and be done with it, and when she come back, she comes back. But she knew a lot of those people, they didn't even they invested in those tickets and they came from other countries and they didn't even have hotel rooms. Some of those people slept out there waiting for that show. So she's like, I understand that people went through hell and high water to get here. So the least I could do is just show my face and my appreciation and say thank you. And that to me was such a wonderful thing for her to do, to come out there and literally tell them, I love you all. That was beautiful. Hey, Nikki H. Hey, Stephanie. Hey, Angie. Said, look, I have to put this growing cart in together for my vegetables. Listen, y'all. I just planted new seeds for my garden, and it's raining right now. I feel like a proud plant parent. I'm excited. Like, yes, my seeds need all this water. Said, I know Nikki feels bad though. Um, she doesn't necessarily feel bad for the sake of feeling bad. If anything, she doesn't want to. She doesn't want to. She doesn't want to disappoint the Barbs because she understands how hard a lot of people work to support her, and that some of these Barbs, it's no telling how much they had to put to the side and what other countries they came in from to see her. So, even though she's been famous for a while, she remembers what it was like to work a regular job and have regular money. So I thought that that was really great of her to go out and talk to the people in the street because she didn't have to do that. Said she should have had a lot of Grammys by now. Well, if she was willing to do like some people and pay for those marketing packages I told you about, she would have had them. So I'm glad that she wanted to earn it versus, purchase them. But there's a lot of greats that don't have them. And we see somebody who has three of them and their song just Tootsie Roll clean off the charts yet again. Said, Angel, you've been working overtime this weekend. Baby, listen, I was tired yesterday. I looked like I was outside rolling around in the grass. I couldn't come on camera looking crazy. But my personals have really been picking up lately. So I want to thank every last one of you that have been getting personal readings from me. It always warms my heart when I'm able to do the video calls and I can see you all face to face. Said, we are God's chosen ones. I've always felt that, and know knowing that the research that we will be okay. Absolutely. Absolutely. Even when I see people get upset about the migrants coming into the country, if you understand the holy books and you understand history, then you know that's nothing but God allowing his children to return home. Those are our cousins. Hey, Kimmy. Said, I love that Nikki reading. The spirits was pissed at Camel Face. Baby, listen, when I tell you, I've been telling y'all he's got less than a 2-year window. Less than a 2-year window. When I did that reading, what they were saying was like 16 months. Said, mark my words, you will see how we will come together. You will see how God will bring us together. It will amaze your eyes. I see no lies told, Charles. I'm a medium. I've already seen it. That's why I tell people don't get upset about migrants coming into the country. That's God bringing his children back home. Oh, thank you, Kimmy. Thank you. Thank you for choosing me. She said thank you for your for the personal reading. Nikki H said yes, the Nikki reading was so good. Thank you guys. It took forever for that reading to upload. It took at least, because I started that reading right when she got booked. It took, I want to say, 6.5 hours for that reading to upload. Funny thing was, it uploaded shortly after she was released. If I went live, it would have already been up, but I just felt like I needed to zone out and I didn't need any distractions. I just needed to tap in. Let's see. Who we got? Shy here said, I felt like, see, I don't say his name out loud because the bots be messing with us. I feel like Camel wanted to sign her, but she heard about the behind the scenes schemes he does, and she said nah, and he didn't like that, so now he's trying to be off with her head, Nikki's God's daughter. Yeah. Can't forget Nikki is from the Caribbean. Trinidadians don't play, period. Well, here's the thing. Sometimes when you have a pretty face, people underestimate what goes on up here. They're so used to, pretty faces that are attached to bobbleheads. So Nikki still she's a thinker. She's a businesswoman. And at the end of the day, when it comes down to business, business is about, what makes sense financially. Yeah, my neighbor's dogs is cutting up. I might have to close the window because I don't know how much of the feedback is coming in the video. But yeah, she's a businesswoman. And on top of her being a businesswoman, she's very loyal to those that she considers family. So, Wayne offered her, something better than what he offered her in the beginning, because Camel had made an offer to her in the beginning and it just didn't add up the way that it was supposed to in the beginning. So she went with Wayne because he had a better offer. Well, she ended up being loyal to Wayne, and he came back and tried to take her from Wayne, and she chose not to go. And, some folks don't like hearing no. Said Trinidadians are about their business. It's a cultural thing. Said trust. I'm from Trini. Okay. Well, that's a good thing. That's a great thing, actually. Y'all give me a second because these dogs are going to drive me crazy. Okay. I'm closing the window like I can't hear y'all talk. Okay, it kind of made it a little bit better. So yeah, that at the end of the day, like I said, she's a businesswoman, and I'm glad that she's more than just a pretty face, because the industry is full of a lot of girls with pretty faces and empty heads, and then on top of that, people will intimidate you if they can to get what they want, and she's not someone that's easily shaken, and that's another thing they don't like, because they feel like feminine energy is supposed to be meek and easier to control. And her being a fire sign, that's a masculine sign. So, masculine signs, we don't push over so easy. Said, I wanted to know about the childhood because he has man-child behavior. Nikki H, I did a reading called, I want to say, the pink print versus the blueprint, part 1 and 2. That might help you with that. I also had a live. I don't remember what live it was, but I saw a lot of the energy was connected to his mom. Father issues, like being deserted by his father, and issues with his mom, and the balance between her femininity and masculinity, and then issues that she had with substances. So that's why she can't be exiled. Trinis are different types of people, and we are also very spiritual. Well, I'm telling you, the spiritual thing really is what's saving her right now, because she's tapping in with God and she's following her intuition. And that's a beautiful thing. So, and Trini women are very, very, very smart and confident and spicy. All things that make him mad, because it makes her less to be controlled, less easy to be controlled. Hey, Queen Gigi. Says, hey, Angel in chat, and yes, Wayne gave Nikki the best deal and supported her all these years, and she's not in a 360 deal. She owns her publishing. Wayne knew she was a star. And he made a great decision with that, because if you look at, even though Tiger didn't take off the way that he was expected to, and I believe part of what hindered Tiger was supporting Chris Brown when they tried to blackball him. But if you look at back then, the roster for Young Money, you had Drake, you got Nicki, you got Wayne, you got Tiger. That was an all-star cast. The top selling people in hip-hop pretty much all on the same label. The only ones that were comparing to them in numbers throughout those years, that time period, was Eminem. So that's saying a lot. And even, when it's all said and done, when she decides to hang up her mic and pass the mic, God is going to make sure it's when she's ready, not when somebody puts her out the pasture. And that's what they hate. They want to snatch the mic from her. Now, and I've told y'all in the past, like, I'm not even a barb, but I'm a fan of a winner, and I'm an even bigger fan of a fighter. Somebody that's willing to stand their ground and swing. I love it. Don't ever let them take you down. So you don't hear or see Wayne in the mess. Wayne know better than that. Yeah, excuse me. I had a piece of hair on my shirt and I thought something was crawling on my arm. Yeah, the industry is doing some real interesting things right now, because part of the reason why they want her gone, they want her, shelved out the way, however they can do it, is that the new lesser talented girls will never, make it to the level where she is, because some of them just don't have it in them. And it's costing them way too much money to put them in contingency with her. Now, I saw a performance that Cardi was doing out in Vegas, and it kind of threw me, because she should be a little bit more seasoned with her performances, whether it's a club performance or not. You could tell that she hasn't performed in a while, and it's not as fluent as it's been in the past, and it kind of it didn't come off as seasoned at all to me. Said they need to invest in artist development. Absolutely. Nikki H, that's the biggest part that's missing right now in music, and it has been missing in the last 10 years. Now, if these labels were really smart, if somebody really had their ducks in a row, what they would have done is went and got Safari, put him on the staff, made him the chief of A&R, and had him develop the new female artists on their labels. Because, I mean, you can say what you want about Safari. You can call him goofy. You can say whatever. That man has an ear for music. He knows how to build bars. He knows how to pull the best out of an artist. He knows how to make that artist tap into whatever it is that makes them pop. I couldn't believe that nobody did that, but they're not looking for that anymore. Hey, Justice for Us, how are you? You didn't miss too much, honey. We're discussing what happened with Nikki yesterday and just talking in general conversation. Yeah, Nikki H. If if I still worked in music and I was on the level to have a large conglomerate, that's what I would have done. Because you got to think about, if Nikki is who she is and she's this good, and this man was executive producing those first 3 albums that made history, he knows something about a winning recipe. Why wouldn't you hire him? It just makes sense. If you know about Sun Tzu, the Art of War, you got to know your opponent. How do you beat your opponent if you don't study them? If they were smart, they would have hired Safari so that they could, study Safari to understand the recipe that makes her who she is, and then allow Safari to build the new Supergirls that are going to come up and take her place. Nobody was smart enough to think about that. I was really shocked. You don't believe me? Listen to Dream Doll when she first got on Love and Hip Hop, and then turn around and listen to Dream Doll verse at the end of Thought Box. Tell me that he didn't turn her up. See, justice for us. Facts. Say, are you talking about Safari from Love and Hip Hop? Yes, I am, sweetheart. And see, y'all, you know him from Love and Hip Hop. I remember Safari when Safari and Nikki were in a group called the Hood Stars, when they were coming out of high school and making their way up, and they did a theme song for a female wrestler from the WWE. See, that's what I'm telling you. Safari comes off as a goofball. People don't take him serious, just like they don't take Stevie J serious. But look back at Stevie J's catalog. Stevie J plays anywhere from 11 to 13 instruments. He was working with Mariah Carey, like that We Belong Together and all that stuff back then. Like, what social media did was gave us too much insight into some of these people's personalities, and then people detached from the talent because of the personality. And then it's like, either I like the personality or I can't take this person serious, so you discount the whole person because the personality is goofy. But that man knows his music, and that's facts. Yes, an SB is what I know him as. Right. He was more than just a hype man. He has an ear. He knows music. He knows how to get in the pocket. He understands the different types of flows. Like, if you go through the golden era hip hop from the Iggity all the way down, that's what Safari knows how to do. So why wouldn't you hire him to do artist development if you're going to put out a hip hop label in the midst of all these new girl rappers? I would have had him training up 30 of them. Yeah, Stevie J is very talented. Absolutely. Hey, Empress V. Hey, Sammy. See, when you know, you know. See, I know the behind the scenes people better than most people know the folks that's out in the front. You got to remove the goofball personality and look at the body of work. Said the industry is a dark place. They want to use artists to, we'll say, to unalive, to do the part. Look at how they did Britney, which is why I can't get over. She refuses to put herself back in the industry, and yeah, let's be real. If she, well, see, it's so sad with Britney, because now that they can't force her to go out and make the money, they want to take that conservatorship so they could take her money and say that she's not all there and take whatever she got. Oh, you ain't gonna go make us no new money. We gonna take the money you got. Same thing they're trying to do with Justin Bieber. Yeah, if Britney was to come out right now, it will be over for these pop girls. I promise you. Yes, that she chooses to spend it at home. Right. If Britney was to start an OnlyFans, and I'm not saying, to take off her clothes. If she was to go on OnlyFans just to spin around and do all the dancing and the choreography and the stuff that she does at home, imagine how many people would sign up to her OnlyFans to watch her perform in her living room. She would never have to go out and do a show ever because people would pay that monthly subscription because they love her that much. Say, Angel the Babe, you do right, Angel. Oh, don't know why people can't separate personality from a person or separate the talent from everyday life. Safaree shines rough diamonds. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. That's why he would be perfect for artist development. You make him an A&R, you get him out there to work with the artist that, first of all, he's going to teach you when you come out on that stage, he's going to teach you how to be present with that audience, how to tap into that audience, how to perform. You said phone died. That's why I went ahead and plugged mine into the charger before we even got started. You cannot take that from Safaree. And then the fact that he came out as her hype man for years, so he was able to tap into a vibe to keep her going and to keep her crowd going. He knows firsthand what these girls need to do on stage, how they need to look, where they need to stand, how they need to project, the right way to use the microphone, how to use the acoustics in the room. He was already there. He did all of that hands down with Nicki. So it's stupid that the industry didn't pick him up to use him to build whoever they were going to build. So and Nicki supports those type of women, Cassie, Brittany, yeah. Said he is a good hype man. That's true. He was better than just a hype man. He is like the utility belt. You could put him in any position to fill in a blank. You said that's why Nicki wanted to silence him. Hey, Yash, how are you? Said, didn't Safaree do a video from, I forgot the girl's name, from Miami? I'm trying to think. I know he was with the Amara La Negra, if that's who you're talking about. And see, he don't have to do nothing with Amara, because one thing Amara can do is turn up a stage. Now, that girl can perform. Yeah, Amara La Negra. Yep. Yeah, that girl can perform. Amara can, she can sing, she can pop, lock, and drop it, she can salsa, bachata. You don't have to teach Amara. Amara is a performer. But if he was to work with Amara, I bet you he would still turn her up though. She don't need that kind of help because she's been working at this since she was a young girl, and she was, learning under like Celia Cruz and the greats like that. Hey, honey, how are you? So yeah, it to me it makes sense because I know what A&R is supposed to do. I know what artist development is supposed to do. I know what a polished artist look like. Some of these artists look like, yeah, it's like you could go to a children's birthday party and give your drunk ass auntie the microphone, and that's how some of these girls look when they get on stage, because they have zero stage presence. They don't know how to connect with the crowd. They don't know how to properly enunciate and how to find the right acoustics for the place where they're performing. That's another reason why you're supposed to do sound checks. These people come out and perform like they have never done a sound check in life. Said Amara should have been mainstream. Do you think her staying on Love and Hip Hop too long caused her not to get there? Sammy, Amara is doing numbers in Latin America. Don't let that fool you. When she came on Love and Hip Hop, she had a huge fan base. That's how she ended up becoming a fan favorite over Trina. See, Love and Hip Hop will make you think that everybody on Love and Hip Hop doesn't have a fan base. Amara and Spice could leave Love and Hip Hop today and it would not make a difference because they can tour around the world or tour wherever and they would be fine. They use it for marketing purposes. Nothing more, nothing less. Their lights are not going to get cut on if they don't get them medium Love and Hip Hop checks. For them, it's paid marketing. Say, you know, Camel did a root separation between Safari and Nicki. They would have been good friends even if they don't get married. Well, baby, everything he's done is coming back to him 110-fold. He gonna get tired of the tornadoes coming through his life whooping his ass. I promise you that. Yeah, said woke Celia Cruz. Yeah. Can you tap into Henny's karma? Cashmere, I already have. I already have. I okay. Waiting for the emergency units and the police to finish riding by. I guess. I guess that's a hint. Woo. It, she's gonna be ostracized. You know, it's gonna be very hard for her to work. That's why they're trying to get her into other things now, because it's gonna get to the point to where even, you know, street artists that got that pharmaceutical money that they invest in their career, they're not even gonna want to co-sign from her to pay her to come on, you know, and do verses on their music. Her even though she's not street, the street cred from having her on the song is done. So some of these artists look like neighborhood talent shows. At best. At best. I mean, hell, it was some good talent at the neighborhood talent show, especially if you grew up in the 80s and 90s. These folks are just trash. Said Amara always identified as Afro-Latina. Well, baby, that's because she is. See, the media will make you believe that those Latin countries are predominantly white, and that's furthest from the truth. You have more people in those countries that look like me than like this, and that's what they don't want you to see. Said, I knew that about Spice. I didn't know about Amara. That's good to know. Yeah, Amara, she had a major fan base before she came to Love and Hip Hop. She was a child star. You know, she came up as a, like, you know, the shows like we had, like, what do you call it? Star Search, and like the Latin equivalent of those shows. She came up through those type of shows in Latin America. So she always had a buzz. She just wanted to break into the American market because for foreign artists, the American market is like where they feel like this is where the dreams are made. But if she never tapped into this market, she was going to do just fine. Her and Spice are literally the only two in that network who don't need it. Mystic Milan's Mystic Messages. I always wondered why Dream Doll never really popped with the music. She seemed very marketable. I think they really just did not know what to do with her. Her look at sometimes it got to be a little overly done, which is kind of crazy considering looking at Cardi now and looking at Dream Doll then is practically the same type of image. But knowing what Safari did with her, how he helped to develop her, he brought her a long way, and he's got her sounding really, really good considering where she started. Said, I couldn't stand Dream Doll on Bad Girls Club, though. OMG. Honey, I didn't even get off into watching all them Bad Girls Clubs. Like, some of that stuff get on my nerves so bad, I'd be ready to fight. So, I just can't. Said Amaya, said, did you see Boa drop down the charts to 99? Yeah, somebody just emailed me and told me while we were on live. Said, I've never seen an artist's numbers drop while on tour. You want to know what's funny? This right here is what proves that she needed Glow more than Glow needed her, because Glow just dropped a new video with Snoop doing a cameo, and she's got this whole marketing thing with the dispensary behind her, and Glow's numbers are going up. Glow now about to drop a remix to Wannabe with her and Cardi. So all of this is working out to Glow's advantage if it ain't helping nobody else. Hey, William, honey, how are you? Said there aren't any more superstars. Nicki's generation was the last. I'm not going to say that they were the last. What I will tell you is this, working, because I used to do a lot of what I'm talking about that Safari does. They don't want that. They stopped accepting a certain level of talent, I want to say 8 to 10 years ago. If you have a talent that cannot be recreated and mass marketed, like, creating Barbie dolls, where they can rinse, wash, repeat, and make 10 more of you, they don't want you anymore. They're not looking for real talent anymore. That's why they don't invest in real singers. A real singer is catching hell right now if they try to get a deal, because they don't want to invest in an engineer that actually has a real ear for music. They don't want to invest in musicians. They don't want to invest in music composition where somebody is going to compose the music. They don't want to do anything that taps into the real soul of music. Everything right now is like paste, copy, cut, paste, and copy. And that's the way they wanted it, because they wanted to water it down to make it easier to control. So it's not that there's not superstars out there. They don't want them. Hands down, they don't want them. That's why you can go on IG and you can go on, YouTube, and you can find people that can sing down. I mean, put chills on the back of your neck and be sitting there like, why is this person not signed? Why is this person not bigger than that? They don't want it. How do you control that person and threaten that person and tell that person, I can make 10 more of you? You know you can't. They couldn't tell that to an Aretha Franklin. They couldn't tell that to a Patti LaBelle. They couldn't tell that to a Michael Jackson. They couldn't tell that to a George Michael. They couldn't tell that to an Elton John. So they don't want those types of people anymore, because those type of people get the core audience that will follow them their whole entire life, just like Nicki. They don't want the fan bases that are going to follow the entertainers, whether the labels are invested or not, because those people can start their own companies, put out their own music, and they don't need to push anymore. They only want people that need a machine behind them because they suck. Said nothing is a coincidence with those sirens. Yeah. Said I see some new artists today and it looks like show and tell in kindergarten. Baby, listen. That's all on purpose, because how do you push this new AI version of music if you still got real talent out here where people can tap in and connect to an actual person? Only way you can do that is water the talent all the way down to the bare minimum. And then when you recreate it and give us this, artificial music, it's not going to sound too bad, because the stuff we've been hearing on the radio is tragic. Yes, with Star Search, right. Says Henny Boa's song will be at 99 next on its second week on Billboard. She's a flop, and I wonder if we'll say Cop Nation will drop her after her tour. The drop is coming one way or the other. Once things start to pick up for Tory and they start to turn things around in Tory's favor, more information is going to come out about her that's going to make her very unfavorable, on top of the fact that she can't consistently sell and it's costing too much to pretend like she's selling these concert tickets. They're going to have to cut their losses, because how much do you plan on writing off? This tour is a write-off at this point. The IRS is literally going to be like, damn, you were supposed to make how much and you got what? Girl, you might as well just come and apply to work for us. Said coming from the Caribbean, Spice has been huge for a very long time. Yes, she has. You know, this is the queen of dance hall. And then you look at dance hall is huge overseas. We're talking Japan, Germany, Russia, China. Dance hall is global. So if she was to leave Love and Hip Hop, I guarantee you, y'all, she would probably make more money because she would have more time to travel and make her money abroad. Said the power of the Barbs and Nicki ignoring her. I hope the Barbs continue to ignore every rap girl release and not give them a buzz. Well, see, here's the thing. When you have rap girls coming up that don't really have the talent, they're not as grateful for the fight because they're already being given something that they didn't really have to work for. And when you don't have to work for something, you don't respect it as much. So for me personally, I never understood why Nicki invested in helping Ice Spice because Ice Spice doesn't even meet, Cardi's standard of talent. So I never understood why she invested in her. I mean, Nicki has, a sweet spot for certain people. I get it. I just, career-wise, I just never saw it. I never saw it for Ice. I never saw why Nicki invested in Ice. And Ice is so delusional herself that she didn't realize how big of a hand up Nicki was giving her until the Barbs pulled their hands back and said, oh, we're not supporting that. We're not streaming that. We don't know you. And now look at her. She didn't chart that horrible ass song. I don't know because I don't listen to the radio like that anymore, but I'm not seeing it in the algorithms. And the algorithm is what counts. If you can't get in the algorithm, you can't make money. If you can't get in the algorithm, these designers, these makeup companies, everybody who was looking for new artists for sponsorship, what are they going to do with you? If you can't sell you, how can you sell our brands? I said left on red hurts way more. Y'all funny. Said the whole music industry needs to be rebranded from the labels, artists, executives, even the Grammys is tainted now. Sammy, it's been tainted for a long time. It's just worthless now. That's the difference. But I agree with you. So Angel, do you think Ray J Network will prosper? I feel like if he doesn't try to rush to be successful, he definitely will. I thought it was funny that he put out a song with Suki Hana, and he picked her up for his network. He had Stunner Girl for a minute and he dropped her, but he got Suki. And if Suki is smart, she's gonna stay with Ray J because one thing about Ray J is he's comical and he knows how to work his angles, which means he's good for TV. Like y'all gotta remember, Ray J is the nutcase who didn't even realize I left his hat over here. Ray J was the nutcase that was on camera like this. Every time the camera angle changed, that hat changed. And it seemed like something little, but it was funny and it caught people's attention and it made good TV. So, if he takes his time to build his network, I believe it's going to work because the cable companies are dying now and it's all about subscriptions. So, if you can get enough people to subscribe, you don't even have to be on TV. Said Tiffany Evans is one of the most talented singers ever. She won Star Search, and I thought she would be the next Mariah or Whitney. She said that the industry is not what people think it is. It's sad. Well, she's right, and the reason why they didn't want to get behind Tiffany Evans is because her message was too positive. She wasn't telling you to, pop lock and drop it for $40. She was telling girls to, respect themselves and to make a guy court you and to, be a lady for once. That's not what they wanted. Says sirens are your confirmation. Queen Gigi, man, I tell you, those sirens be on point, don't they? Said cancer season starts in 24 days. Cashmere, you already know. I told you, cancer season is gonna turn it up. Says Spice always gives back to her country, and Jamaica never forgets. I gr- I grew up listening to, a lot of dance hall artists when I was young, listening to music from the Marley family. Like, it just, I listen to world music, not just what, is played in America. I always have. Being a musician, if you're not into music or a musician, I would probably get on your nerves because I listen to every nuance, every moving part in the song. Like, I could tell you if the person had a cold, I can hear phlegm in their throat. I can hear, the beats per measure, if the drums are off, if somebody left the metronome in the song. I can tell you, even the breath control of the musicians who are playing wood and wind and brass instruments, but that's just the way I'm built. So I love to listen to, music from other cultures. And being that I'm a brass girl, I play upper and lower brass. I always appreciated Caribbean music because they're not afraid to use horns. Said, I wonder if Ice Spice regrets not signing to Nicki now that everything unfolded and most of her support, the Barb's, is taken away. Her best bet was to sign to Heavy on it. Um, I, you get a chance. I just dropped the Ice Spice reading today, and I think that answers everything that you just said. She was advised to remove herself from Nicki by somebody on her team, and that person did it for ulterior motives because of how they felt towards Nicki. And now on the back end, she's looking back on it and she regrets it immensely, but there's nothing she could do about it now because she's realizing that when she stepped away from Nicki, she lost a lot. She lost tremendously. And the smart thing to do would have been to at least go on tour with Nicki and learn how to perform and how to work a crowd in a room with Nicki. That would have been some on the job experience that she would never get anywhere else. And it's the biggest tour globally around the world right now. She may never get that chance again in life. Said it's clear that the music industry is in need of change, focusing on signing artists who truly showcase talent and cadence. It's unfortunate to see these labels struggling financially. Actually, it's not unfortunate. They need to go to hell. Get rid of a lot of them because a lot of these groups, these conglomerates, are the reason why you don't see real talent because they control what you see. They'll get on television and they'll lie to you and say, well, this is what the people wanted. And when you get to talking to people, all the people like, who the hell was they talking to? They talked to me. None of the people I knew wanted this. Like, I never wanted to hear this. So right now is the best time to be an independent artist. Yes, it's going to take more work when it comes to, working grassroots. But if you're an indie artist, find other indie artists that are doing well and start collaborating and merging your brands together by, doing songs together, touring together, and it's going to make you more money on the back end because you're going to have ownership of your brand, you're going to have creative control, and you're going to have a fan base that nobody can extinguish because you built it yourself. I've been telling people that for 20 years. Now they get it. Everybody wanted to be on a label so that they could get the clout and they can have somebody invest in them. They're not investing anymore. When I first came into the industry working behind the scenes, the average budget for a music video was like 600,000. It's hard to get 600,000 to even do a whole project now. Hey Gucci, how are you, baby? Said the video answered it for me. It's Nicki's old management team in her ear. Well, this is why people need to understand when you hire management, the management works for you, not the other way around. And if you want to do something and your management doesn't want to do something, They work for you. If they don't understand their place on your team, release them from their contract, hire somebody else. Your team works for you, not the other way around. And I feel like that person intimidated her and pressured her to make the decision. Like, I've been doing this for years. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. You don't need her. She's got blight on her name, all that type of stuff. And then here it is. Boom. She takes off like a rocket, and her concert looks like Chinese New Year. And your song didn't even chart. And you can't blame nobody but yourself. It's not the manager's fault that you let them make the decision for you. You're the boss of your own crew. You're the captain of your own ship. So do you think the Grammys will change when most of the top execs will be taken out, or will they remain corrupt? The Grammys is a privatized company, okay? It's a company. And a lot of these labels pay marketing deals, okay? Because this is what a lot of y'all don't know. The Grammys has packages that the labels can pay and invest into for nominations. You can earn a nomination, or your label can pay for a nomination. Usually starts off at 50K. That's why you see people nominated and everybody looking crazy. Like, I ain't never heard that damn album nominated. Somebody invested. So even botch music videos are, yeah, A, B, and B, and she goes naked, no more clothes budget. Yes. And not even just the clothing budget, because she done messed up with the fashion industry for sure. So now they're not going to want to dress her after how she addressed the designer who she was wearing for the Met Gala by calling him the Asian designer. If you look at the video quality of her production, that video quality looks like the camera quality that she had at the beginning of her career when she what's that song like that? Looking like I hit a lick. It's the total opposite of what we saw with Bongos compared to those last two videos she dropped. Those last two videos look mammy made compared to what she's already had. When I saw that, I said, "Oh, budget is gone. This is self investment at this point." Hold on, let me get you out of here. And nobody about to show you near damn titties. There you go. Get you out the chat. So yeah, you could tell that there's no investment in what she was doing. I really feel like her going out to be a special guest for Megan, because Megan was struggling. She really played herself. Hey Mia. Yeah, she really played herself, because had they have had the marketing angle that I saw that they were willing to invest in, they would have invested in her taking Megan out, because Megan is the new competition and beef sells right now. They're no longer going to spend the budget for her to come for Nikki, but they would have invested for her to knock Megan out of contingency, which would have still had Nikki and Cardi as number one and number two. She should have stood firm in what she said a few weeks prior, instead of coming out to be a special guest and then you end up as a tag along on Glorilla's "Wannabe" song. That was sloppy. That show looked like they didn't really practice together beforehand. Like, she probably showed up the last 15 minutes of sound check. It just felt discombobulated. Yeah, you said desperation. And then, now she's doing the club dates out in Vegas, and we have still yet to see Cardi invest in a tour. So her doing club dates at this point, from a marketing perspective, is not a good look. we should have saw her get ready to, put this album out. If anything, we should have saw her do a residency, like how Usher did, and then after that residency, boom, take off into a tour. So is Atlantic still going to put money behind Cardi or go at Henny, um, or is that scrapped? I can tap in and see. We sure can. We can be nosy. That Wannabe remix was supposed to come out on the 24th. Wonder what happened. Somebody felt like it wasn't a good idea. Said she looked crazy in Vegas too. Baby, listen, I got a torn ACL and meniscus, and I can get back up better than she did. She dropped down, and it looked like when she went to get back up, it was like, whew, okay, I'm up. Like, girl, that was an ashy performance, I promise you. Said Botch B told Botch B, y'all are funny. Botch B told the blogs not to post her. She's not very bright. Well, you need the blogs for marketing, so that didn't make good sense. I guarantee you she's gonna regret that when it's time to drop music. Do you think Drake bought property in Texas? Um, Interesting thing about living in Texas. Let's just say allegedly he may have legal troubles. It's harder for any agency to come and get you in Texas because they have to go through the feds first due to Texas relationship with the government. Because Texas, even though it's a part of the 50 states, they have their own legal standing. They're not independent of the 50 states, but there's different processes. So if somebody wanted to go into Texas to get him, they would have to go through the feds first. But I still think that's a backfire. It's not gonna help him one way or the other. He needs to just lay low for a minute and think about his life, what he wants to do next. Said the leopard outfit was a no. She looked like she's pregnant. If she is pregnant, she might as well kiss that damn career goodbye because you haven't given them a tour. You still haven't dropped this next album. And it's going on, what, 6.5 years, and it's still not out yet. They're not about to sit around and wait for baby number 3 to pop out to invest another nickel. Said those labels are deceiving the public by assuming that we want to hear from these artists when we really don't. Yeah, if I was an artist, I would choose to be independent. In the long run, it makes more sense. You have more ownership. You keep more of your money. These artists that are in these 360s, even going on tour, they have to turn over tour money. They got to turn over merchandising money, sometimes up to 70%. Says she probably is pregnant. I think they see no return in their investment, and it's a wrap for not for 11 Faces. Said Glorilla just dropped a snippet and a remix on TikTok, and people were dragging Cardi. They said Glorilla deleted it. Cardi sounded horrible. Damn, she should have never popped up at that show and got on that song in the first place. We don't need fake female unity. If y'all really got beef, y'all got beef. It's nothing to it. That's crazy. Yeah, so we the only state that left the unions. Thank you, Queen Gigi. That's you summed up everything that I was trying to say. And because of that, legally, if you are to come across state lines to get somebody in Texas, it has to go through the feds because of that. Hey, Cupid's Bowl said, hey, Angel, I've seen where Drake is cool with Jay Prince Jr. and the other one, Mike. He's more than just cool with Jay Prince Jr. He owes Jay Prince Jr. his career because that's who found him and brought him to Jay Prince Sr., and they invested in him. So without them, he wouldn't be who he is in rap right now. And that's facts. You can't deny that. Let's see. Let me find a deck to use for Cardi to see if they're going to still invest after this monstrosity of a show that she should have never been on. Mm-mm. Alrighty, show me what's popping with Atlantic and Cardi. Are they gonna go ahead and re-up on her budget, or are things gonna go downhill from here? Ooh, ooh, Cards doing the backflip like how they do with Blueface. So we've got the Five of Swords in reverse, y'all. That's the first card out. Five of Swords in reverse to a wish fulfillment to the Two of Cups. This is some animosity here, going back and forth with communications. It's like they wanted to, like I told y'all before, they wanted to have a meeting of the minds with her, and they wanted to use this angle to, profit off of her pain and to invest in her telling her story, because people like it when Cardi is raw and she tells her story. So he really means mob ties in his music. Yeah. Empress Fee, you're absolutely correct. That's who found Drake. Said Drake is forever. Yes, and debt would rap a lot. Absolutely. Said, let me spark this blunt. Hit it twice for me. Put some smoke on it. Yeah, Four of Pentacles. So, yeah, this is what the plan was, y'all. Four of Pentacles represents stability, but she's also being stubborn, okay? And this is what they were telling her. That she really just, this is like, kicking yourself in the ass. She should have stayed off that stage. She should have stayed off that single. It did not help her. What she should have done was made new music and then got Glorilla to put a verse on a song for her. Because Glorilla is the only one after this tour is all said and done that's going to come up. Y'all, my intuitives, y'all see this, right? 10 of Cups, 9 of Pentacles. Here it is, the independent woman, 9 of Pentacles. Now, independent woman could also mean they can cut you loose over a family matter. Said they're going to end up dropping that album. Well, they said that whether she's ready to drop it or not, they might sneak in the studio and drop it on her behalf, which made me think is they feel like they got enough, they just gonna drop it and cut ties. Five of Pentacles falling after the 10 of Cups. Justice. Justice means the balance. Also, we know that she's a Libra. Libra is also the card for justice. So, y'all, I wouldn't be surprised if she's upside down, and that's why she's making some of these decisions right now, because it may really be out of, feast or famine. What'd I just tell y'all? 8 of Cups and the Star. They wanted her to sever ties, to walk away from this whole situation with the Star, the Aquarius. She was being hard-headed. She was being stubborn. And they could consider this also to be a reason to separate and to sever ties, because they had a whole they had a whole marketing rollout plan. And had she have trusted the plan instead of just jumping off the porch out of being anxious and being scared, like, she's got to get out of being so scared to drop. She's so scared to drop that she really is, she's putting a nail in her career coffin. Ace of Wands, Queen of Swords. Mm. See what I mean? Like intuitives, all of my intuitives, you see this? Ace of Wands, Queen of Swords. We know Queen of Swords is an air sign. This air sign, Ace of Wands, we know that's a phallic symbol. Okay? They saw a jackpot by letting her, you know, turn her pain into profit. Four of Wands. Said Cardi's fans don't like the snippet and she's threatening to not let it come out on X right now. How the hell you gonna threaten to not let it come out and you don't want to hop your ass on the song? You should have stayed off of it in the first place. That's what I mean by being hard-headed and doing stuff out of desperation. Like you're so afraid to not come out and then you rush and do something like, oh, okay, well, you know, Glow's trending. I'm gonna hop on the song with Glow. Henny's on the same song and y'all just dissed each other. What the hell is wrong with the both of y'all? I wouldn't have brought her out to my show as a special guest, and she couldn't have dragged me out in a casket to be on the stage with her as a special guest. You could have never got me to do nothing like that. She couldn't have even got a drag queen that was dressed as me on her show. And see, remember what I said about being stubborn? Okay, because Four of Pentacles as a personality trait is stubborn. It also represents financial stability. So she was worried about financial stability. And this is why she was stubborn and she didn't listen. Yes, she's sunder. Absolutely. Her coming out on that stage, even if she came out more so in support of Glow, Megan made her bitch. She'll never live that down. How you gonna let somebody tell you your time is up, why you still here, why you ain't clocking out, and then you clock in on her show? What? Ain't no way. Says she's so annoying. If people aren't kissing her ass, she wants to rant. Notice how she is literally everything they accuse Nikki to be, and then they still give her a pass. Shaking my head. She should have just waited this out. Let Megan give out, you know, another 7,000 free tickets and went in the studio and went to work. You know, she talks about how she makes ways for the new girls. It's new girls out here that need a name. Why you ain't gonna pick some of these new girls out here that's fire and do the same thing for them that you did for Glow with Tomorrow too? Oop, Empress Fee, you said exactly. Cardi is slow. Yeah, baby, listen. Hangman and the Six of Wands falling under the Ten of Cups, which, once again, if she is what they used to say is in a family way, this is going to be a hangman and they are going to release her and move swiftly and professionally right past her. They're going to start considering other options. Said, I truly don't understand what she was doing. LOL either. She's slow for real, or Cardi is playing the long game with Meg. I wouldn't have played no games with Meg. The way my temper is set up, if what we saw actually is what's going on, baby, ain't no way in the world. You would have heard bongos being played with the with the microphones on stage. Boop, 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 boop. No, ma'am. Couldn't have got me out there to do nothing. Said, I just checked, and yes, indeed, her fans not feeling the snippet. That's crazy. Said she probably need to just do more music like I Like It and gear more towards the Latin market. She might have had more success. I agree. Cause see, you got to think about it. If Spice is keeping, you know, dance hall popping in the American market, she could have went over to reggaeton and been like the queen of reggaeton. And reggaeton, listen, it's hard to sound bad doing reggaeton. If you sound bad doing reggaeton, you just suck. Said I seen the TikTok, and every time Cardi remix a song, it's trash. Damn, I gotta listen to it. Damn, I haven't seen anybody said it's okay yet. Said for her to be such a big star and she looked like a backup dancer for Henny and Glow. Baby, that's saying a lot because Henny already looked like her own backup dancer. The wig was doing more work than everybody on that damn stage. And that wig, baby, she wear that wig one more time under them damn hot ass lights, she gonna be like that Shireen doll on Living Single. Y'all remember? Y'all remember the Shireen doll afro caught on fire? that damn wig needs some hydration. Oh, thank you. Somebody just sent me some monies. Yay. Cakes and steaks, snacks. I take it. I see y'all laughing. Somebody seen that episode with them damn flammable Shireen dolls? Reggie had that doll with the interchangeable wigs, and the wigs kept catching on fire. She go out one more time in that rusty ass wig. She gonna come back looking like a Michael Jackson Pepsi moment. I ain't lying to you. That wig need to soak in a sink full of 3 different types of conditioners. Then it need to be set in some clear gloss, what you call it, rinse. Put a clear gloss rinse on it, soak it in conditioner again, and then let it air dry until the next show. Cause baby, listen. While Cardi talking about some, this ain't what you want, a Coach bag ain't what you want. No, what I don't want is that hot ass uncomfortable mop that she call a curly wig. That wig is working too hard. That wig need to be on payroll. She done exhausted that damn wig. Said, baby, listen, the bots are excited over tatas. I've never seen these types of bots before. Said Cardi has spoken Spanish and on this time off that her English is poor. We can't understand her Spanglish in her raps. No shade, to be honest. Listen, that's not shade because I got a old school friend that's Colombian, and I always, when I hear Spanish music, I like it. I'll ask him what the music says. And when Cardi first came out, I was asking him to translate something for me, and he said between her and Jocelyn Hernandez that they Spanish was just as bad as their English and not worse. And when I tell you, I couldn't stop laughing. I said, damn, y'all don't know what she's saying either? Shit. Well, I guess I won't ask you no more. Especially Jocelyn. He said they don't know what she's saying in English or Spanish. Said that's a sympathy wig. Baby, I ain't got no more sympathy for that wig. That wig need a funeral. Said on Stan's Twitter, a lot of people are dragging the remix down. Wow. Hey, Cat Eyes. How are you, sweetie? Thank you. Comment, subscribe, hit the like and share button, the notification. I haven't heard it, but I know it can't be popping like that, y'all, because I purposely, I was being petty. I went on over to Apple Music because, I mean, why not? I pay this subscription every month. And I went to go listen to the remix because it was supposed to drop Friday. And I'm like, okay, no remix here. And I wasn't that excited to listen to it, but okay. And then I go on YouTube and I saw no mentions, no content creators reviewing it. And I'm like, okay, this is not a good sign. So to know that they dropped it on TikTok where everything usually goes viral and it can't even stand the test of time on TikTok, y'all, that's saying a lot. That's not good. And see, when you can't trend on TikTok and you got 3 major names on one song, that looks real bad for the label. Because how are they supposed to drop an album if you can't drop a feature? Says she's going to wear that wig all cancer season. Listen, that damn wig is going to come off in cancer season. She's going to be using it just like this. When the truth start coming out, she going to have that wig like blowing her nose in it and wiping her damn face. That's what the hell that wig is going to be doing come cancer season. Hey, Large Shoe and Henny, how are you, sweetie? Said Partisan probably on strike. Listen, once again, somebody go hire Safari. Safari really that dude. You can't get partisan, go hire Safari. He'll help you. He ain't doing nothing but running around with Ray J right now. He can help. He right over there at Ray J Network. I told y'all he a utility belt. You take Safari and you put him anywhere you got a gap that need to be filled. Right now, Cardi got a gap that need to be filled. Somebody go tell her go get Safari. Said the people have noticed that Henny and Cardi B don't mess with each other. That's why they aren't streaming that song. Well, it wasn't hard to tell. They just dissed the hell out of each other for like, what, 3-4 weeks straight? And now y'all on the stage together? That look crazy. Said Kim Barbie saying that's not the final version we heard. It shouldn't have to be the final version. The final version, the 10th version, the 73rd version, if it's good, it's good. What, you gonna go and remix it down and write a new verse? Well, they don't like that one. Just scrap that one. Let's do another one. How many other ones is you gonna do? Said I was just wondering, when someone is made a mod, do they get paid by YouTube? And what is expected of a mod? No, baby, they don't. Each channel, you can choose your own mods independently. And my mods are doing the work of God, because they have been spamming me to the heavens ever since the Grammys. So without the mods, I would not be able to read these comments, because I get thousands and thousands of bots every live. Said Kim Barbie swear he know everything. Well, I need him to tell me when they gonna moisturize that damn wig. Said Kim Barbie is the biggest lap dog and had never. Wait a minute, is the biggest lap dog and has the nerve to call other people that. Well, he need to be honest with his friend and have that, Barbara, this is Shirley conversation with her, and tell her, woman to woman, what's going on with this music right now. The Kim Barbie is like a leech of hers. Said why do they always have excuses for their music? Yeah, whack AF. I mean, it's really no excuse. If it's good, it's good. If it's not, it's not. If somebody can cook, they can cook. If they can't, they can't. It's simple. Sometimes X marks the spot. Sometimes you need to take the whole entire game and throw it across the street. According to y'all, that's what they need to do with this current feature. I knew something was up when it didn't drop on Friday after they took all them fake pictures and tried to pretend like they was getting along. Now it's like, why did you do all of that? And now it's a waste. Said, now why would they undrop an unfinished, uncut of a feature? Kim Barbie sounds dumb as fuck. I mean, here's the thing. Cardi in the past has, uploaded features, samples of features she wasn't done yet, like when she had press and things like that. So, either way, finished product or not, if it's hot, it's hot. If it's not, it's not. You just got to be honest. Tell the truth and shame the devil. Said, right, that sound dumb. How does the song not finish? Why would you delete it first off? I mean, this is when you need to let people listen to it who are not just a part of your friends group. And when I say friends group, I mean people who survive off of you. You always need to keep somebody that keep it real and tell you, nah, that ain't it. That didn't hit. That don't stick like grits. Say, Adrian, you have me cracking up at work. Listen, all I'm telling you is the truth. My uncle, y'all, listen. Me and my family used to have a recording studio. Let's see, I had a studio for like 5 years. If you're from the local area in Detroit, it was right on the corner of 7 Mile and Stout, right across from Bob's Pizza, next to this apartment building that's over there. I think it's like some kind of African world shop now. But my uncle, I never had it in me. I never had the patience to lie to people if their shit was terrible. But he could do it. He was so, able to smile at people. and take their studio time money knowing it was trash. And I couldn't find out what his secret was to save my life. It took almost a year. Caught him sitting up smiling at somebody who he knew was trash. Y'all, the secret was he had turned the volume all the way down to mute on his side, and he on the other side of the glass like ain't heard shit. But he made sure that the production side of it sound good. He made sure it was mixed and mastered. The music sound good. He would even go back in and zhuzh up their vocals, but he would never tell them it was trash. He'd take their studio time money and they keep coming back. And I don't have the temperament for it. I can never do it. Said I was asking because I was a mod on another person's channel for all of 5 minutes. I blocked someone who was being inappropriate, and she removed my mod status and blocked me and was cursing you out. Wow, that sounds messed up, sweetheart. I don't do that over here. Sometimes people do get blocked on my channel unintentionally because we have so many bots that come on this channel. So if I can, I'll try to go back through and unblock people if it's not inappropriate or if it wasn't over the top. But I would never cuss out my mods and disrespect them for helping me. I'm not gonna even ask who that was. That's just not right. Says she's getting someone on the phone to rewrite that verse as we speak. Friday, I'm sure it will be completely different. Well, tell her to use AI. That's what half of YouTube is doing right now. Why y'all laughing like that? Yeah, Megan, that was rude. That's not fair. Whoever hired you to be hired this person to be a mod. You don't treat your mods like that. Say, I have never considered Cardi to be a skilled rapper. It seems that she gained success by following popular trends rather than showcasing her own talent. I will say this because I know some of the people who worked on her project, the first one. If you listen to the production on that album, you could have taken some of anybody and dropped them in and it still would have been a success because the production was top notch. They tapped into a vibe and that vibe was big enough to keep that sound going whether it was her or not. Oh, you laughing at my uncle. I'm dead serious. He would have the sound turned down and I couldn't do it. I would tell people like that shit is trash. Said it's worth noting that her career seemed to thrive on the negativity towards Nicki rather than her own abilities. The song 1985 by J. Cole effectively highlights this perspective. Said people get blocked over here for disrespect. Opinions are fine. Absolutely, Avid Chatter. I don't mind having a difference of opinion. The only thing that absolutely gets you banned from this channel is, being disrespectful. Other than that, I mean, it's times where I laugh at some of these trolls because some of the stuff is stupid and it's funny. So if you entertain me, oh well. Thank you for the engagement. Say, yes, ma'am, I wouldn't figure you for being rude. You seem like a very sweet lady. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. I just, I believe in treat people the way they treat you. And I appreciate my mods because I could not keep up with these comments the way that these bots be over here pop locking, dropping in my comments. They really are doing a great job. Said, and that's why she's struggling now. If you are succeeding during someone's attempted downfall and flexing it, karma will spin the block. I think that's part of it. And the other part of it from a marketing standpoint, she started having children too soon. When she started having them babies, she should have been ready to go on tour and hit the road. Had she have, even after having the first baby, had she have hit the road, they still would have been investing because people still were highly interested in her brand. She let her brand cool off too much having children. Now, if she would have been having children now, after coming off a tour and getting ready to put out the second album, they would still be ready to invest. She had those babies too early and then went home and sat down, which is terrible from a marketing standpoint. So glad you're over here. Yeah, come over here and chill with the family. Oh, baby, thank you for coming here. You know, without y'all showing up, what is my life? Me talking to my damn self? We come over here to engage each other. I don't expect anybody to just believe the way I believe. I love the fact that we can share our opinions and learn from each other. Said her fans don't support her music anymore and she treats them like trash. Hell, if you told me to go and off myself and call me cockroaches and all that type of stuff and say that I'm the worst ever, I would stop supporting you too. Why am I gonna give you my money to abuse me? I didn't, sign up to be a fan of Andrew Dice Clay, and if I'm remembering right, that's how he talks on the stage. He don't actually talk to people like that in social media and meet and greets. Said not trying to be funny, Bacardi should have stayed in her lane. Hold on. Rapping wasn't her lane at all. She has no real rapping ability. I love her online personality. Um, I just, for me, I really think that she had babies too soon. Had she have waited to have those children and hit the road, people wouldn't have cared. They would have still been buying into her brand. Like if you could think of like a large stage, set and performance. Remember the video, what is that? Money. Remember she was in this the museum and the stripper pose, the invisible stripper pose. Now imagine something that opulent being brought to a stage. Even if she started off with a residency and then went on the road, that optically would have canceled everything that we're talking about. Like it would have turned it into a full stage performance. She's able to give you that because a lot of these girls are pretending to be the stripper slash hood chick. She really is the stripper slash hood chick that's Banji that is working on turning classy. She could have gave a hell of a Cirque du Soleil stripper, type Vegas show that would have gave a residency for the gods if she wouldn't have just kept having children and staying home. Now it's like, just go ahead and go to Target. We don't care no more. Hey, AJ Beauty. Said it really feels like family on these lives. Oh, thank you. I love coming on here with y'all. Said I'm tired of the cosplaying as a rapper, avid chatter. She knows she don't have the heart for music. Says she's great in fashion as an influencer, like IG and TikTok. She would have thrived there. But see, to thrive there, you need to have something for people to talk about. So had she have at least went out and done some touring, even if it was limited, she could have used that as content once again for TikTok and IG, which would have also monetized and made her money. Now people don't care so much. It's like, okay, you don't you a mommy that used to strip. That's what it feels like now. She let too much air get under her wings, and it's like after a while, it's like, okay, you gonna either jump off the porch and drop this album or you not. Okay, we still ain't seen it yet. Okay, who's up next? Music is not about what you did, it's about what you're currently doing. We haven't seen her currently really doing, anything that would keep her mainstream. I knew something was up when they blocked her Super Bowl commercial. They're just not feeling her like they used to. It says, And y'all gotta remember, Henny was throwing shots at Cardi on live with Nicki before she started working with Cardi. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. They just was exchanging shots again, so it didn't make sense for them to do this fake female unity show. But it fooled enough people to get somebody to come out and buy them $6 tickets. So at least 30 of them. Said Cardi has a good song. It's just that her new ones are not good for her. Not her best as a barb myself. I agree. I feel like she's taken a more active hand in writing some of her music, and it's not translating as well because she doesn't know how to build the bars. I wish artists when they work with people that write their music, if they would actually get into what we used to call writers labs, where you would sit there with the writer and actually work side by side with them in these writers camps, so that they could teach you how to develop your pen. Because by now, all this time in the game, she should be writing more of her music, which would make her a better performer as well. Said it shocks me how many people support who insults them. It really beats me. Well, see, Azalea Banks cusses her fan base out a lot, but I will give Azalea this. Azalea got some bops. She just takes away from her brand talking crazy to people, but she got some bops. Like, if you go put on Anna Wintour right now, Anna Wintour was so far ahead of what Joanne was doing with Renaissance, and what Drake was doing when he was trying to do the whole, I want to say EDM dance music vibe. She created that with the, EDM house music, rap, R&B lane. Like, she picked up from where other artists who weren't as talented left off in the late 80s to the 90s. Like, she gave us technotronic slash, hip hop slash R&B, and she did it in a way to where nobody else was doing it, and she was ahead of her time. She's just hard to digest. Said Cardi is like the female Drake without a ghostwriter. She's a flop. I agree. Said I don't get out much. It's not easy for me. I have arthritis all over my body, and ever since, we'll say Covina, I get my groceries delivered to me. It's very seldom I go anywhere. That's why I have to be out around people. Well, I'm gonna pray for healing over you and your body. Um, I would say if you invest in drinking like 100% concentrate black cherry juice, that's going to help with arthritis. And also so with maca root, because it's very, very heavy in magnesium, which helps to repair muscles and heal sore muscles. Said she worked her tail off being pregnant with Culture. I don't know why she stopped doing nothing until Lil Wayne. I agree, Cupid's bow. Had she have had Culture, took like maybe 4 to 6 months to really recuperate, but in that recuperation time, go in the studio and record, she could have picked back up where she left off, and let her mom even come on tour with her to help her with the baby, and she would still be on top. But she got to a point where she got complacent and sat down, and it was her Achilles heel. Said Cardi just doesn't mature in her mindset. She just wants to be a good chick. Said, well, it was a few songs that I liked of hers when she first popped off, but once I saw who she really was, I stopped tuning in to her and started to find out Nicki Minaj, discovering, and started loving her. Wow, that's interesting. Cardi led you to Nicki. Yeah, said only I knew you were gonna chime in with the Azalea Banks. Said only Azalea Banks can get away with calling people absolutely terrible things and still keep succeeding in filling venues. Doja and Cardi may have more industry success, but yeah, they lose at insults. I agree, large shoe of Henny. I agree. And like you said, Avid Chatter, Azalea's actually has talent. Yeah, said is Cardi pregnant? We're going to let her say she's not. She appears to be in a family way. So until she says she is, we going to let her say she's not. Said what really turns me off about Cardi is all the comments that she made about black women and her antics online. I could respect her more if she wasn't such a clown. Well, damn. Said I'm seeing Azalea in September, and even though she thinks we're all, oh damn, not inbred trash. I can't wait. She's adored despite everything on these shores. Hope you're good, lovely. Okay. Damn, Azalea. Said I don't wish any downfall, but stop wasting time and money if you really don't want to do music. I agree. Like I I'm starting to wonder why, Cardi B is such a colorful personality, why she didn't get off into like acting and doing some, movies and things like that. I feel like that would have been good for her. It would have made her more diversified. Say yes, ma'am. Thank you for that. I'll have to get black cherry juice and try it. It's gonna be tart. I'm gonna warn you. And you don't need to drink a full glass of it because it's concentrate. Like do a shot of it a day. It will definitely help. Even black cumin seed oil that helps. Um, I know from experience. You're new here. Some of the people have been here with me for a while have heard this story. I got hurt really bad, seriously hurt in a car accident back in 2011. My neck was broken in three places, fractured my spine down to T1, torn ACL and meniscus. My entire left side of my body was paralyzed and broke this side of my face. So I know a lot about recuperating and healing and muscle spasms. Like I want to say for like 2.5, almost 3 years, I couldn't even sleep laying down. I had to sleep either propped up or on a lazy boy. So I wish you all the best in your recovery. That's one thing I could tell you. God can heal all things. I think she should have toured with Bruno. That was her mistake. I think that was a mistake too. It would have got her experience. It would have definitely helped to build her fan base because Bruno has a large fan base. Said thanks for that advice, arthritis, Miss Angel. Not my slut dropping these days are over with these knees. Oh, I thought I read that wrong at first. Baby, don't worry about it. I'm telling you, I until I got hurt, I wore nothing but 7-inch heels. I didn't have any gym shoes to save my life. Now I'm a sneakerhead because my niece said if you don't sit your ass down, you better. So I understand that pop lock and drop it. Like I could drop it on one side confidently, but the other side is gonna be like I know you lying. So I have to do a sophisticated shimmy now versus a drop and you know. But I will tell y'all this: back in my days, I was legendary. You talking about P pop on the handstand and all of that? Whoo, not no more. Shoot, I'd try any of that now. Somebody gonna have to send me some prayers. Do I have any? Do I have any relations with a music label? I don't work with music labels anymore, but I worked heavily in the industry for almost 20 years. Radio and labels. And I managed artists for 10 years. I had artists that did international tours for at least 6 of the 10 years. Said, and the reason I don't know Nicki Minaj, uh, let's see, Discovery, I think that's supposed to be discography, is because the radio wasn't playing her in 2018. That's when I found out who Cardi was, and also I'm a young adult, by the way. Okay, and you're right, she was froze out of radio at that time. You got to think about her being so dominant. They were never going to get her in the air. They were never going to get Cardi into the algorithm and in the airwaves if they had Nicki actively in radio at that time. Said Cat Eye says she looks pregnant. Cardi said she just in it for the money. But see, to be in it for the money, you've got to actually put something into it to come back and get some money. Hey, Susan Jones said Cardi B, she shouldn't have never stopped. When you're on top, yeah, fame was on her way. Yeah. Thank you, AJ Beauty. Baby, I tell you, I don't look like what I've been through. Y'all, I can laugh at certain stuff now because I'm one of those types of people that humor is healing for me, and I'm big on, if it didn't kill me, I can laugh about it. But I remember when I got hurt in a car accident because I wasn't driving. I was a passenger, and this girl, if you're from the local area where I'm from, 7 Mile and Telegraph is a horrible area for accidents. Ask anybody from Detroit. I was sitting in a Michigan U, which is like a turnstile, and there's a light here. We're sitting here at the light, and this girl comes burrowing through, slams into us while we're at the light, and she hits us so hard that we spent out. We were sitting still. We spent out into the middle median, and the safety belt kept me from being ejected, but every time we spent, it broke my neck. So my neck was broken at C2, C3, and C5. And then I had fractures from C5 down to T1. Like I said, I was on the passenger side. So when I slammed into that side, because you know how you have the window and then you have the middle rail part where the safety belt is attached from, my face slammed into that, and that's how I broke this side of my face, broke a couple of my back molars. I didn't even know my knee was messed up, but yeah, tore my ACL and meniscus, and it was just a mess. The officer was horrible. He made us get out before the EMS came, which I should have never been moved. And when they laid me on the stretcher, like I remember feeling like pins and needles, and I just thought I was in shock. And after like a couple minutes of being on the stretcher, everything from my face all the way down to my foot went dead on the left side. And when I got to the hospital, they told me within 20 minutes of getting to the hospital and, putting me through all the tests to see what was going on with me, that they didn't think I was ever going to walk again. And me being stubborn, I was already telling the EMTs on the way to the hospital, because they told me where they're going to take me. I'm not going to name the hospital, but if you're from the local area, it's the one that's over on Outer Drive, between Outer Drive and 6 Mile on the west side. So they were taking me there, and I'm like, no, don't take me there. Like, that's the place you go when people pow you. That's the only thing they fix over there. Tell them you found me on the other side of the street so you could take me to the other hospital over there. And they're like, no, we got to take you to the one that's closest. So I'm stubborn. In my head, I'm like, oh, I'm getting out of here. So I told the doctor, you don't know what kind of God I serve. I bet you I'm getting up out of here. And he was like, well, that'd be a nice notion. I could tell he was agnostic. He didn't believe in God. And we were going back and forth arguing. And I was like, I got shit to do. I bet you I get up. So y'all, this doctor's so petty. He sent over security to handcuff me on the good side. So here I am. I can't move on this side. He didn't have me handcuffed on the right side. And this happened 4th of July week. I got injured on July the 5th. And there was like a 6-7 car pileup the night before. and they had so many people hurt from that accident that it took over 30 hours to get me a room in ICU. And they, y'all, the air conditioner went out. So even though they were giving me morphine, I was oxidizing the morphine, sweating it out my system because there was no air conditioner. So imagine, 4th of July week, it's like in the 90s and there's no air conditioner. But I feel like God allowed me to go to the Raggedy Hospital because had I had more trust and faith in that hospital, I may have believed what they said and I probably wouldn't have got up. Said, "Oh Lord, bless you. Your Bless your heart. I'm sorry you had to go through that, but it's good to know that someone else knows what it's like." Oh yeah. It definitely wasn't easy. Yes, AJ Beauty, you listen, 7-inch heels. I wore nothing less and let them be platform heels. It was like I had on gym shoes. I used to work in them. You never saw me without heels. I still got some around here somewhere. My knee always tell me to quit playing so much, but it's a dream. A girl can dream. One of these days, I might be in the fives and scooch my way back up to 7. We'll see. But I can't wear them like I used to. So if I try to drop it low in some heels, somebody might have to come and put a crank on me and tune my ass back up. So I'm glad your God protects you. Yeah. Listen, my angels work overtime. They kept me for sure, and they still do. Say, is there anything you miss about it? Talking about music, I'm a musician, so I'm never going to give up on music. I still, from time to time, I still write music. I still sit in on people's studio sessions. I still do consultations. I will say, after breaking my neck, like I had to regain muscles because I was in a neck brace for a long time because I refused to let them cut me at that hospital because I didn't want them to Frankenstein my ass. But it lowered my vocal register and it took a lot of the power out of my voice because I used to vocal coach and I used to teach people how to sing. Like I grew up singing like gospel, opera, R&B, blues, stuff like that. So I can still hold a tune, but it's nothing like how it used to be. Like I come from a very musically inclined family. So if you got, a drink and some food, the music was gonna show up. Like we would have, like almost like neighborhood block parties when the family would throw get-togethers, and different neighbors would yell out requests out of the windows. And we had, a full-fledged band set up in the garage with the amps. People pick their instruments with the guitars and the keyboards. Like I said, I'm a brass player, had the mics and everything set up, and that's how our family would do. We would perform, and a lot of the people in my family are house musicians for either gospel music artists or different labels like old school Motown and things like that, and they would play for like the jazz festival, which is one of the largest jazz festivals in the world. So this was the way I grew up. Let's see, OMG, I'm the same way with the tennis shoes, Angel. They were all I wear now too, but I have over 25 pairs of Nikes though. Listen, I had to stop myself from going to the Nike outlet because I got little feet, and I go to the Nike outlet and I would clean up. I could get like 4 pairs of shoes for the price of somebody's regular size shoes. So I would bring home shoes, and then I go through my closet and find like 6 or 7 pairs of shoes that I forgot I bought that I never wore, and they've been in the back of the closet somewhere with dust on them. And it's like I get all excited, like, "Ooh, new shoes!" And my ass probably bought them a year ago and forgot I bought them. Said, "Hell nah, 7-inch heels. Walking in those would have had broken my neck, baby. I worked in them. I worked in them, and especially like when I bartended in the strip clubs, the late '90s, early 2000s. Yes, ma'am. Thigh high boots with the 7-inch heels. You couldn't tell me nothing. Say, OMG Angel, I did not know that. That's a huge inspiration. I struggle not to give up sometimes these days. I used to be a dancing queen myself. Well done. Oh, thank you. Yeah, my family was interesting. Like I had an aunt, she's no longer with us, my Aunt D. She was a dance teacher for Detroit Public School, and she was a professional dancer, like, you know, Alvin Ailey and that type of stuff. Like these were like the get-togethers growing up. So, like, you know, just imagine you 8 years old and you learning how to salsa, how to ballroom, how to bop, how to bachata. Like this was the way my family, you know, interacted with each other. Said Cardi sounds horrible on the remix. Damn, not a one of y'all said she sound good. And now I really got to hear it for myself. Oh, thank you. You are so special. I appreciate that. Said it sure is. My cousin lives over there. Okay, see? Avid chatter, you know what I'm talking about. That's why I said I ain't gonna name that raggedy ass establishment, but you know exactly what I'm talking about. That's where you go where you get pow pow. You don't go there for nothing else. They can help you if they gotta plug you up. Don't go for nothing else. They actually just I want to say recently they just failed one of those hospital tests where they grade the hospitals and let you know where they stand nationally. And I think they got like a D minus. I was not surprised. I was like, yep, that's exactly why I didn't let them cut my ass. They would have probably sewed my neck back on my ass or something. Not in that hospital. Say, oh my goodness, Angel, you really had it rough. Listen, that's why I have the compassion that I have, because when I tell you I've been through some things, like I can remember being in rehab to, you know, relearn how to walk or whatnot. I was at a Rainbow Rehab out in Ann Arbor, Michigan, which is one of the best rehabs in the nation. They do higher level rehab, and people are like flown. They're flown in from all across the United States, and I had a hard time, you know, learning how to reuse this side of my body. And I used to have insomnia and I couldn't sleep. So one of the young ladies who worked there, she knew that I was into music and she brought me a beat machine. It was an Akai MK, I want to say MK25. And I would sleep with it in the bed with me. Like I'm on one side of the bed and the Kai was on the other pillow. So when I couldn't sleep, I would sit up and I would make beats, which for me, you know, I'm used to playing out my chords on the keyboard. So I never used the beat machine until that point, but I was overusing this hand and it was causing me carpal tunnel because I had to do everything with the right hand at that point. So it had it to where I could play out keys and then I could use the pad to make beats. And the nights I couldn't sleep, this is what gave me solace. Like when I wasn't able to create music, I went through a depression. So she just doesn't know she really saved me by giving me the ability to make music. It pulled me out of a slump. Said, I'm happy you came through. The Most High was with you. Baby always is, always will be. Said, I hope you have no pain and live a great life despite the accident. It gets better each day. It does. It's nothing like how it used to be. I used to be in so much pain that when the pain started letting up, you know, it's kind of weird. Like when something heals, you don't realize how messed up you are until it's like, damn, that's what that was supposed to feel like. And you know, they don't tell you when you have nerve damage, the the medication doesn't help with nerve damage. It just keeps you, you know, high, elevated, but you're still in pain. So I stopped taking a lot of those pills because it's like if it's not gonna help me to not feel it, I don't need to be drooling on myself. Yeah, God is good. He's great. Said Cardi always says that she just wanted to be a rich housewife. Well, she accomplished that. Said she never had love for the craft. It's showing. Said making you get out of the car made the injuries worse. Yes, it did. And I believe that's what caused me to be paralyzed on the left side of my body because at the time, I had so much adrenaline going that I didn't know that I was messed up. I knew that, I'd been thrown around the car, but I had no idea what all had happened to me. Yeah, I say thank God for your life, Angel. I do every day. I really do. Yeah, you saw that fire and you blessed. Yeah. And I definitely am fiery, y'all. I'm a Leo the long way. Me and that doctor was arguing. That man tried to make a mockery of me. He sent a physical therapist, like between I want to say, third and fourth day I was in the hospital, and told him to tell me that if I could make it up 3 steps, I could go home. Y'all, they gave me a regular cane, not even a 4-prong Medicare cane. I pulled myself one-sided up the rail, up them steps, and was like, go get my wheelchair. I'm out this bitch. I didn't realize how long the recovery process was going to be. But I'm one of those type of people. Don't challenge me. Don't tell me what I can't do and what I ain't going to do. I'm going to do it just because you told me I'm not. Now, I might cry when I go sit in the corner, but that's none of your business. The angel kisses you have a guardian angel. Baby, I got a whole slew of them. Say, wow, you went through hell. What can you do but pray? Yeah. In that situation, just wow, thank God that you're here. I used to run for the bus in the 6-inch heels, and I can barely walk now. Listen, heels was my best friend, and I like my walk. It's still dainty now. Like everybody jokes with me about my walk because they always say it look like I'm ripping the runway. But my walk back then, you talk about a sachet. Oh yeah, you couldn't tell me nothing. I had a money walk. It was kind of crumpled up. A couple of them years I was on my Fred Sanford, but I got it back together. Said I'll consult you on music, not tarot. Hey, listen, email me. I'm good at both. Okay, you sing gospel, baby. I love to hear it. I love to hear it. So hearing about your accident, Angel, it makes me think of Apple Watch. Yeah, and many prayers to her. Said I was praying and kept up with her. She's so blessed. Mystic said, I just heard a little snippet of the remix and you can't make out what Cardi is saying. Now, see, once again, not one damn person who was giving a critique of this song has said anything about this song that is favorable. She gotta stop being so worried about pleasing people and just go in the lab and put out a conducive body of work. Because people gonna say something one way or the other. Said Bella, once Angel gets to your comment, she will say hello. You don't have to ask for acknowledgement. Did you hit the like button? Did you stop? Avid chatter? Why, thank you. Said turmeric as well. Yes. They have what is it? It's called like golden milk, where it's like even if if you're lactose intolerant, I would say to do like maybe like almond milk or coconut milk, but you add the turmeric to it and you drink it like a tea with honey, and it helps. It definitely helps with inflammation. Said also black seed oil. Yeah, I had said that earlier. Yep, black seed oil, sea moss. Sea moss is really great. 99 essential minerals and amino acids that you need are in sea moss. And see, that's how I healed my body. I had to change my diet to feed my excuse me, to feed my body so it would heal. Peppers are really good because they have capsaicin, and capsaicin also helps to alleviate inflammation as well. You said you had no idea that Azalea was still even performing. Yeah, she performs a lot over in Europe. Europe has a great appreciation for American artists. Said she would have been amazing with acting. Yeah. What day does your birthday fall on, Miss Angel? We have to come through and celebrate you. Oh, thank you. July 29th. I'm a Leo. Said your season's right around the corner. Yeah. Said that fire sign for you tells us to go right, and we'll make 3 lefts until until it goes diagonal. Listen, avid chatter, 3 lefts eventually makes a right. We just made it right our way. Oh, oh my goodness. I broke my tib and fib in 2014. Couldn't walk for a year. Thank God I made it through. Thank God you did, because that's a hard recovery. Those bones are very, very hard to heal. Said I sued a major hospital in Dallas for treating my father like that. God is good. I hope it wasn't nothing like the hospital I was in, because y'all, they didn't even know that I broke my face. They gave me some cold pancakes with some cold butter, and one of the nurses helped me to eat it, and she fed me. And when the syrup hit the back tooth, I thought I went to the upper room. I had to. They should have wired my face shut, but they didn't. I was in that neck brace for about 6 months, and I couldn't go to the dentist until I was out of the neck brace. And the dentist was like, "Did you know your face was broke?" I'm like, "Sir, at this point, that's none of my business. It didn't fall off. I don't even care about knowing what's wrong with me at this point. I don't need to know nothing else." Said, "Okay, I ain't see Steve. Y'all probably already got rid of him." Said, "Yes, I made golden milk and love it. I have gourmet sea moss business." Miss Ladon, email me so that I can or put it down in the chat. Put the name of your business down in the chat. When this live ends, put it in the chat, because you know they be hating on me and y'all don't get to see the comments in the replay. But I would like to support you and anybody else that would like CMOS. Let's go and support Miss Ladon, because CMOS is one of the greatest healing foods that we have, that gives total wellness and healing. Y'all support me, so I would love to support you. Said, "Wow, your birthday is a day before my oldest daughter." Ah, see, she the shit. Said, "Your birthday is right after Tori's. We definitely gotta come, and we definitely gotta come through." Who knows? I may be able to throw a digital birthday party for me and Tori, and we'll celebrate the both of us, because I can't wait till you get ready to come home. We're gonna have a homegoing party on here. Yes, hey Leo gang, absolutely. Said, "I'm on disability because of neuropathy and ataxia, but I walk up to 4 miles a day because I gotta go when I want to go and do what I want to do." Once again, we gonna do a group prayer for everybody's blessings. We're going into healing into this year off into the new year. We're gonna feel way better next year than we feel this year. Said, "I read somewhere that the AG is taking his time responding to Tory because he's investigating certain witnesses." Well, I've been telling y'all, if you see red tape, it's not a bad thing. It actually works in Tory's behalf, because a lot of things were mishandled. So it actually, will help him a lot. No problem. Like I said, y'all show up to support me. Listen, I want all of us to win. Let's all win. Said, "I have Leo and Scorpio and a Sagittarius." It's, girl, you and the Sagittarius. Good, said, "Pray for you." Yes, you got an interesting bunch, boy. You got a fiery bunch, personality wise. Said, "Yes, Miss Ladon, we need the information so we can support you." And made them with my whiny cancer, Lord. You are too funny. Yes, her and that Sagittarius takes me out every time she says it. Did you see the video of Summer Walker? Class seems to be a thing of the past. Baby, listen, I know Summer used to be a dancer, but it's a reason why she's not anymore. I just want, even if these girls continue to get plastic surgery, I'm not against the plastic surgery. I'm against getting surgery that don't make no sense. I'm tired of these girls getting these ant bodies. It's not in nature for you to look like an anthropod. And when she was dancing and dropping it low, one of them cheeks was down here, the other one was up here, and they both just was estranged. They wasn't getting along. Some of the stuff they doing to sell these shows is not working. When she got off that stage and hobbled around the corner, she looked like me in heels. It was terrible. Said, I love your videos. They help me tap into my card readings. Oh, I'm glad I can help you, sweetheart. Said, Summer Walker gave me hood booger. Don't wash energy, Jesus. Chatter, I feel your pain. I have a Sagittarius, a Leo, and a Pisces. Ooh wee. Yeah, that's an interesting mix. Said, I'm an Aquarius surrounded by all earth signs, a Virgo daughter, Taurus, husband, Capricorn. Well, that's more balance. Y'all give me 1 second. I know this is unprofessional, but I got a tinkle. I sit here drinking all this damn iced coffee, and my kidneys is doing this. I will be right back. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Sorry, y'all. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Tell me don't drink no more iced coffee during the live, please, and thank you. Oh my gosh. Whew. Y'all tickle me. I'm glad that y'all had so much fun with each other in the lives. That I want to crip walk every time I wait a minute, let me slide back. So does anyone still have OV holes stuck in their head, or is that just me? No, it's not just you. Whew. It's not just you. Y'all, you can't even go to the grocery store up the street from where I live without hearing that in the grocery store. That song, I don't even know if I feel comfortable saying it, but I know it's true. That song has surpassed Tupac Hit 'Em Up not just because that it's a good song, but it's the cultural influence where it's crossed every possible barrier known to life. It don't matter if you know the language. It doesn't matter if you're 8 years old, if you're 88 years old. He got police crip walking. So said I'm still wondering if it's the braids. Oh, y'all are funny. Oh my goodness. Anything y'all want to tap into? I didn't know this many of y'all would come on here because I figured everybody'd be hanging out for the holidays. Um, it's raining over here where I'm at, so that must be God's way of making everybody in Detroit act right for the next few days. Said Kendrick got people frying Drake in hot grease in Japan. Listen, when I tell you I seen a spoken word roast by a LGBTQ man in a dress, the merengue one, oh, that one takes me out because I never heard a merengue disc before. Um, it's an emo disc, it's a rock and roll version, and then BBL Drizzy. Y'all, the fact that Drake took the sample from BBL Drizzy and gave a horrendous verse with Sexy Red on a trash song and proved Kendrick's whole entire damn point. Why would you do that to yourself? Like, oh, well, they attacking me, I'm going to join in. Since everybody else roasting me, I'm going to roast me too. Like, why would you do that? So I don't like the Drake and Sexy Red verse. I don't like that whole entire. It sounds like a catastrophe on wax. I literally just told. I told my landlord the other day if ear cancer had a sound, it would be that song. I promise you, that song is that terrible. It sounds like a whole entire 40-car pileup on the freeway, on the track. Said, can you tap into Kendrick's energy? What's his feeling about the rap be? Hey, Tess. How are you, sweetie? I haven't seen you in here in a minute. I can tap into it now. Y'all know he's made the global charts. He's pretty much, I want to say last week, he was number 9 for the total world global charts, but he's like number 1 in I can't tell you how many countries. And he made it to number 9 as a late entry. Yeah, said he tried to flip it, and it not only did it not work, it sounded like the engineer should have been fired. It was terrible. That whole song is a catastrophe. Say, hey, Angel, I wanted to know what's going on with J-Lo and her connection to what's his face and the pow pow in the club. Is it true that Bennifer are over? I don't know how true this is, but some of the people who, are in my DM said that they saw half of Bennifer already out with someone kissing. So I think when that other shoe dropped and they're talking about reopening that investigation, he was already unhappy and he took this as his exit. Like, thank the Lord. Let me get out of here right now. No judge will blame me about exiting right now. Said right, that Drake verse was not given like that they thought it would. It didn't give nothing but rigor mortis. They should have buried that. They should. The way y'all talking about Cardi's verse on this wannabe song, they probably need to take Drake verse and Cardi verse and put it in a tomb, never to be seen or heard from again. Sexy Red is a is a crowd, but that love song is so bad until it gets, oh my God, hypnotic for me. No, not hypnotic. Drake continues to show that he really is a corny guy from Canada. Listen, Miss LaDon, I don't know what part of the United States you stay in, but if you stay up here in Michigan where we can get public access television where they show us Canadian news and a lot of their media. Canada is flaming him so bad right now. All the Canadian artists have swore off of him. They are done with him. Sent the cease and desist for the Like That record. What You Ain't Like That record. Oh, said it's so ratchet, but the beat is good. The lyrics are trash. I don't like the beat. It's the way that they merge the beats together. It literally sounds slapped together. It was a horrible attempt at trying to stay current and trying to, flip the narrative. And all it did was prove Kendrick and Metro Boomin's point. He should have just left that alone. Yes, nails on the chalkboard is about right. Oh, Taz, I'm glad you're doing good, sweetie. I'm gonna tap in for you. Let's see. Since we talking about Kendrick anyway, where's a blue deck? I got a blue deck around here. Let's tap into Kendrick with some Crip blue cards. And then we're gonna tap into Bennifer and see what ain't going on with Bennifer. So, ooh, you my everything. Oh no. No, when she hit that "We Go Together," I said, oh my God, like what they gonna do in the video? Pass little notes around class? Said, I guess I'm too old because I don't like listening to Sexy Red. The songs are catchy, but I wouldn't buy or invest. Well, I must be ancient because I don't even like to listen. I can't do it. I can't. I can't play around with it, not even a little bit. Said, I don't know why people are acting like Kendrick never had a bop before. Yeah, like he didn't need Drake to go number one. I hate that narrative. Um, you know what? Sadly, because Kendrick's more on the conscious side of rap, it's the narrative for me that's coming out of it is if you make music that takes more than three chromosomes to listen to, and a couple more brain cells than that, they make it seem like it's hard to digest intelligence, which is not true because more people listen to people like Kendrick on their Spotify and their Apple Music. I mean, Kendrick literally tours the world. Like he did a show over in Mexico where the crowd was so big that the cameraman couldn't even get all the crowd in the camera. They're trying to make it seem like intellectual music doesn't sell, and that's not true. Said, I heard that Diddy is scared that more videos are about to drop. um I don't even think it's just about the videos. He's scared because the people who used to cover him, they're no longer protecting his career anymore. He knows it's over. I wonder if they're really thinking about charging Cassie and Young Miami and possible RICO charges. That sounds like a video for me to do tomorrow. Tap into it. Um, Out of all of the diss songs Kendrick released, I love the Euphoria the best, and Not Like Us is the summer anthem. It is. Not Like Us is going to be a summer anthem for a couple of summers. Anytime you got senior citizen homes playing that at the senior citizen dances, y'all, they playing Not Like Us at Disneyland and Disney World, and they're not beeping out any of the words. It's crazy. Oh, thank you, Roy King. That's a nice sidebar. I appreciate that. Said, I cannot wait to see Bennifer detailed divorce petitions. It, it's gonna be interesting. I need her and Halle Berry to stop making us Leos look bad because they get the men and the men run from their ass like the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I don't know what the hell they be doing. And then the men go and leave and go marry somebody else and stay with them forever. Not his own country turning on him too. Yeah, Canada blazing the hell out of him like a blunt. Yes, said I love Kendrick. You got everyone crip walking. I'm telling you, Nipsey Blue, yes. Oh, baby, you didn't get a notification because this is a pop up. But it don't matter because I put out notifications and they act like I'm just smooth not coming on here. Said I hate that song too and I'm too grown for that. Listen, I some of the stuff I listen to and it make me think, am I really that old? And then I'll go kick it with my nephews and they be like, nah, auntie, it ain't you, this trash. I'm like, oh, thank God. I thought I was out of touch. Hey, DS Raven. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you, honey. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm trying to put a like on here. Stop messing with me, YouTube. There we go. I greatly appreciate you. So let's tap into K Dot and the energy around him. Now that Not Like Us is a global anthem. Kendrick the Warrior 616 in LA is slept in. The Meet the Grams, yeah. Say they showed a video of Snoop crip walking. At this point, they might as well show a video of my mailman crip walking because that song is changing lives right now. The fact that I can go over here to my TV and cut on Not Like Us and let it play in the background for this whole entire duration of the live and Kendrick would let me do it so I can make money, that was the smartest thing he could have ever done because content creators around the world got to make money without getting strikes. That was ingenious. Show me the energy around Kendrick. Oh, and if anybody is interested in these cards, a fellow YouTuber by the name of Unseen Tarot, she created this deck and it's on Etsy. Sorry, it's not much. No, baby, listen. That's $10 more than I had. Don't you ever apologize for giving me anything. Because everybody work hard for their money. The fact that you thought enough of me to show me appreciation, thank you. And that's just the bottom line. Don't you ever apologize for looking out. I appreciate you. Thank you. Shoot, you done contributed to my steaks and cakes habit. I can afford the lamb chopper too. Thank you. Okay, so the Lovers, the Three of Pentacles, and the Two of Pentacles. So these are the first three cards out. The Lovers represents choice. It also represents the energy around this song. It's like everybody is gravitating to it. Three of Pentacles. This shows people want to collaborate. Businesses want to invest. Everybody wants a piece of what he's doing. Two of Pentacles. So it's like, you know, it's a juggle with him because at the bottom of the deck is the High Priestess. So, you know, he's going back and forth behind the scenes with the powers that be secretly over this song, but it doesn't matter because they can't extinguish it. It became too big. It turned into a whole movement. Yeah, which was a tower for them. And the Magician. Magician in reverse. They can't undo it. There's nothing they can do about it. They can't undo it. And that's the Tower. Page of Swords. They're watching them, but they don't know what to do. This is like the all-seeing eye. You see how this is like the Matrix? There's nothing they can do about it. Said Kendrick is for the people. Absolutely. And he's showing the power is really with the people. Can you ask what Kendrick saw on that tour because he started beefing right after that tour? Okay. Queen of Pentacles, High Priestess. See how you got this Queen of Pentacles and High Priestess? It's like the powers that be want to control how he moves around, how he gets his money. But see, the queens are usually nurturing, but never forget that queens, just like kings back in those times, were also, you know, battle tested. Okay, so Six of Pentacles, Queen of Swords. which means that not only did he come to slay with his words, but he's compassionate and he made a lot of money. So when he allowed the people to make money, it was like Robin Hood. He took from the rich and gave back to the poor. Just with what I was saying about allowing the streets to make money off of doing the commentary, which is where Drake lost, because even though Kendrick obviously had the better content, people could not use Drake's content the way that they used Kendrick's. Says the majority of Kendrick's songs are on the top Billboard. Yeah. Kendrick had up to what, 4 entries that week? Said, can you tell the difference between the artists that have genuine passion? Oh yeah, you can tell the difference between the artists that have genuine passion, that have a genuine passion for the arts, and those that come just for the money. Well, see, another thing that, as an intuitive, that we know, the veil is getting thinner and thinner. So it's a lot harder to hide the BS. And that's where people are choosing now to go with what feels real to them. So you got Justice and you got the Page of Swords. So when you got Justice on the Page of Swords, this is like he was the hand of justice and everybody got to watch. And that falls into this Three of Pentacles. People got to be a part of him exacting justice, because by partnering with him to do content on this music without getting strikes, they all got to get in on the action and make money. And this happens swiftly. We know that. 8 of Wands. Say, yes, ma'am, the fakes are getting weeded out. Absolutely. Not Like Us is still going strong. Is in the top 10. Yes. So I didn't see Drake's diss in the top 10. It was in the top 10 that first week. Kendrick was like in the first couple slots. Like he was like number 1 and number 3. And then it was like... I'm trying to think, was it number 6? Drake was like number 7. And then the next week he fell out of the top 10, but Kendrick had like 4 spots. So you got the 10 of Cups here and the 6 of Pentacles. So yeah, this is why everybody is looking at Kendrick like family. Like, you put money in people's hand, that makes everybody love you. Everybody's embracing him like he's, everybody's favorite hood cousin. Because he, like I said, Robin Hood. He took from the industry and gave it back to the streets. And this was like, the coup de grace. This is why the industry couldn't reverse this. Because Kendrick also owns his own masters, everybody. So... he gets distribution through the same company that Drake is signed to, but they do not own his content. So even if they tried to freeze him out and say that we will no longer distribute his music, it's distribution companies all around the world that just looked at what he could do as an indie, and they will pick up the slack. Would you say swinging and missing? The Empress and the 8 of Wands. And this falls on top of, this falls on top of the Magician. So we know that the Empress is fruitful. She can create. She can give birth to. And this is what he did. He gave a birth to a movement, and it happened swiftly. They never expected this to go around the world 1,000 times over. And it's like, this song was like freeze tag. Everybody was trying to grab the baton. You couldn't find a way to slow people down with putting up content. Y'all, I'm seeing senior citizens in their car in traffic, in their car. Like, everybody's doing content right now, and this is why they can't stop it. Ace of Wands. Forward movement and expansion. They can't stop his movement. This falls on top of the Tower. King of Swords. Now everything that he said is coming out to be true. Because King of Swords in the upright is the person of truth. And like I said, y'all, off with the head. He took the head off the dragon. He took his words, the sword of truth, off with his head. Show me the energy around what happened on this tour. Seven of Pentacles, the Hermit, Judgment. So yeah, Seven of Pentacles is a card of sowing seeds for a bigger harvest. He thought that this was going to be a great thing to go on this tour. This was going to help invest into his career, but this ended up being some old strange fruit, y'all. And he ended up having to separate himself from everybody in judgment for some things that he saw. What did he see? Now I'm nosy. What did he see, y'all? Five of Swords, Page of Wands. Oh, wait a minute. Y'all, my intuitives, I need y'all to pull up. I need y'all to pull up. And I want y'all to pay attention to the artwork, okay? Because the artwork is telling the story here. So you've got the Five of Swords, which means harsh communications, arguing, right? Things went wrong. Yeah. Page of Wands, right? Look at this Page of Wands. Pay attention to what's behind this old beefy, oiled up man. Y'all see that? I'm going to hold this here. Mystic. Yeah. Yeah, Mystic. I was waiting for y'all to see that. You see this beefed up oily man? And they got this smoke machine going on in the back? Look at that. Now see, my spirit guys ain't going to be the only one messy over here. I ain't the only one that's going to fall down this rabbit hole by myself. Mystic, it always seemed like when I jump off a cliff, you be right there. What in the hell is going on? They end up arguing over some things that he saw that he did not agree with. He came on this tour for work, and somebody was working it. I'm afraid to turn this over. Page of Pentacles. You see this? Now, you know, Pentacles, Page of Pentacles is like, you know, going off into, you know, new ventures, right? We agreed to go off into this new venture. This was going to be good for us. This was going to make a lot of money. This is over the 10 of Cups, the 6 of Pentacles, and the 2 of Pentacles. So, you know, y'all, he like, I didn't sign up for this shit. Avid chatter, I'm not playing with you. I'm not playing with you. Bottom of the deck, 6 of Wands. He took off. He like, I ain't got time for this. I don't get paid enough for this shit. Oh, oh my God. Yes, and don't let the money make you, baby. The Hierophant. Okay? So we know that the Hierophant is the powers that be. When the powers that be come in on the industry reading, when you get the Hierophant, y'all, I feel like this could have been a possible initiation that went wrong. He was going to bring him into, you know, clubhouse activities. And Kendrick was like, who the hell you talking to? Allegedly. Tess, I blame you. You got me in this rabbit hole this time. Ooh. Yeah, 6 of Wands in the wind. And this 6 of Wands, baby, listen, I couldn't make this up if I tried. Hold on. because I want y'all to see how it's lined up on my table. Listen, y'all see this tower? The tower comes first. Ace of Wands, Six of Wands. The tower was when somebody pulled out their meat stick and he said, I'm done with this shit. I'm out of here. This was the ultimate betrayal. How dare you play with me like this? Who told you that I came here for this? Listen, Angel the Babe, I didn't come here looking for this. I got a question to ask. What happened on the tour where they fell out? I didn't expect this to fall out. Well, apparently Kendrick didn't either. Whoo, Lord have mercy. Tez, damn it. Somebody smoke for me. I'm putting these cards away. I'm almost afraid to ask about Bennifer at this point. I told y'all these celebrities don't know how to act. And see, here's the thing. It ain't about if that's what you like in your private time. That's your business. But you can't bring nobody with you under, you know, false pretenses. You know, get them on the road with you and then hit them with the whammy. You got to make sure people into certain stuff before you just throw, you know, stuff at them. Didn't I tell y'all 2024 was going to have everybody in the street looking for their edges? Now, if y'all think about they not like us, they not like us, it makes total sense now. He telling, you know, esoterically, he's saying they're not like us. And then when you think about, you know, street dudes, they're not like us. They on some weird stuff. Pay attention to the fact that YG just dropped a song called Weird. And the whole song, he's talking about he's weird. Said if I found out one of my peers was possibly messing with young girls, I wouldn't like them either. Yeah, he got to see some stuff that he found to be very, very off color. That was on the other side of things, and it was not what he wanted to see. It was not his cup of tea, and it changed the way he looked at him as a man, not just as a coworker. Said those pages are like young people too, huh? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Pages are anybody under 17. Actually, pages can be preteen. Ain't nobody making you no spicy fried chicken. Make me some. Said he did say Drake was percolating. Listen, don't do that to me, avid chatter. That take me back to the dance music of the 90s. It's time for the percolator. It's time for Oh no. Said YG was addressing Drake in those lines in that song. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. If y'all haven't heard the song is literally called Weird. Said I feel the same about Nicki working with Diddler early on. She probably walked away from him once she saw some questionable activity, which is even more questionable that he pulled up on Meek and him and Meek is like this now. Well, as of this week, you know, I told somebody in the DM like, damn, the Diddler lost his boyfriend and his girlfriend in the same week. They both unfollowed him. Said I knew it was a reason. I never liked Drake like that. I never connected with Drake. I mean, technically Drake can deliver, but I understood that he was an actor first. He's an actor playing a rapper. That's why a lot of things don't connect with him socially because he's not really tapped in. He goes around people, he studies them, he learns their vibe, he learns how they talk, and then he emulates what he sees. He's a method actor. Said Teresa E. Hello, Angel. Do you think Kendrick heard or saw about the dog activities? I think it's very possible because there was things that he said that may have alluded to certain things, and it lined up with the energy of what DJ Academics was talking about. Let's remember, Ack said somebody got his number. He didn't know who sent him that video. They texted to him, and he airdropped it to his laptop. And when he opened it, he looked like he was about to cry, and his whole life was over. So somebody in the industry had to have sent that to Academics because who got his personal number? It wasn't like they emailed it to him. Milan's Mystic Messages, the dog allegations. I'm not gonna read on those. I told everybody the last live I could not read on that because they'll throw this whole video away. They might lock my channel up if I tap into that. But the dog allegations, where they came from, was there was items that Drake left behind at a very well-to-do hotel. And you know, if you leave your items in the lost and found for like anywhere from 30 to 90 days, they have the right to dispose of your items. So usually how it works when you work in a hotel is if you turn items in and nobody comes back to claim them, you can claim them after, you know, that last day that they've been in a lost and found. So remember that picture where they had, you know, the Ozempic and all those other things on that picture? Wait a minute. I'm trying to make sure I keep up with y'all. There we go. That picture was with items that was found in that hotel room with that prescription. And it's alleged that the dog video, along with other disparaging videos, were all found on that laptop that was supposed to be disposed of that he left behind in the hotel room. But it's kind of messed up because he got a whole music video where he's standing in like a industrial loft elevator, and he's got all these dogs with choke collars on them with the names of females, and it's like I can't even look at you with dogs no more because it's like, you know, the children might not be safe, the pets ain't safe. You know, you might American pass some desserts. I don't know what you gonna do. Like, you the wrong type of freaky. But yeah, that's where they're saying that those videos, you know, well, my spirit guys made me say that for a reason. That's where they're saying that footage comes from. It allegedly comes from a laptop that was left behind in a hotel. What's even more disparaging is in Canada. That activity is not illegal as of yet. So if that happened in Canada, he cannot be charged for it in Canada because they don't have any laws against that as of now in that country. You could say it's frowned upon, but it's not illegal in Canada. Yeah. Yes, for all the dogs, definitely has a different meaning. I wouldn't leave them around a Shih Tzu if I was y'all. So I believe that's why he started wearing those big dog masks. Somebody in one of my other lives said that they believe that he was tapping into Anubis. For those who don't know about Anubis, Anubis is a Egyptian god that had the head of a dog. I would hope that's not his way about, you know, going into that, because the gods are really whooping people this year. Yeah, so the gasp I just let out just now. So y'all already know if I go in, I go deep, and I cannot go into that on here. I don't even think I want to know. It's just that's just too. I'm not surprised though, because a lot of people behind the scenes, I've been telling y'all they into alternative things. And when I say alternative things, I don't mean, you know, hetero versus LGBTQ. I mean some real alternative things. And a lot of these things are done because they're ritualistic. Said, I remember when they were talking about making it legal here. I hope to God they don't. No, thank you. Imagine what the line gonna look like at the clinic then. Said that would have to be a Patreon read. Yes. Yes. And I still would probably be scared to do it. Trina1111, hey sweetie, how are you? Said I watched the content creator and dove deep into who owns that hotel, and the rabbit hole went very deep. Sick stuff with animals. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, hotels hide a lot of secrets. You have people who rent rooms to go and unalive themselves. You have a lot of traffic, and you have a lot of weird stuff that goes on, especially in large chains. So I won't say the name of certain hotel chains, but I know for a fact, and this is a global chain, they have a class where they teach the staff how to recognize victims of trafficking. They tell you not to approach them, the things that you should do, how to alert security so that the person doesn't get hurt. Like, this is a huge thing, and this has been going on for years. Like, it's like a diversity training. And a lot of times when people unalive themselves in those rooms, they'll clean those rooms like nothing happened, rent the room back out within a day or so, and they take the bodies out, through the basement exits, like where the loading docks are, so that the guests don't see it. Said, and Drake is a decent looking guy. He's rich. He doesn't need to be doing that or messing with young girls. Shaking my head. Well, he's had accusations on him ever since Degrassi. So if you stay in the north, especially like, the Michigan area, Michigan, Wisconsin, we heard, rumors about him and why he was taken off the Degrassi show, why they wrote him out of the show. And it was allegedly because he was inappropriate with one of the female castmates. So it wasn't a shock to us. I was actually shocked when I saw him, rapping and doing like the Sprite commercials and the Sprite competitions and things like that. I was like, ain't that the dude from Degrassi? And other people was like, Degrassi, what's that? So yeah. Said, said Megan, would we even want to know? There's a guy called Act 47 who has been looking into this, and it's messy, but there's a lot of info in that rabbit hole. Yeah, you're talking about the guy out of Chicago. He tickles me because he always drinks out of wine bottle. Said, I think some hotels have tunnels and underground rooms and stuff. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Especially if they're high rises. Absolutely. And casinos, you don't even want to know. Said, it's about control. He knows that he can have who or whatever he wants. He wants what, yeah, he wants what he isn't supposed to have. That, and he's a very awkward individual. When you're awkward and you have like a touch of some kind of arrested development because didn't quite translate well growing up, like you were like the weirdo growing up, you don't know how to talk to the opposite sex because you never really got along well with them. So having money and having success doesn't stop you from being awkward. But when you deal with younger people, they may not see how awkward you are because they haven't had the life experience to understand the social cues or your arrested development. What is this? Love Davis. Why are you not in the gym? I almost said something smart to you. You almost set me up to blaze you. Let me get you out of here. I'm going to play nice today. Said they seem to be haunted and also places where a lot of rituals go on as well. The things staff have to see are way beyond their pay grade. I agree, especially if they're with housekeeping. Said I'll have to check that person out, then Henny, but I'm also scared it's going to be some dark stuff. The industry period is dark stuff. Hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your dog too. Hell, the canines ain't safe no more. Said they go after what's forbidden, and they get a thrill out of it. They get a thrill out of getting away with it. Yeah. And then, it's like I said, there's certain rituals, there's certain things that these people tap into to siphon certain energy, and they really do get these weird, unnatural proclivities. That's the best way I can put it. It's not about kink. It's way beyond kink. This is not normal stuff. So I understand why Rihanna did him the way she did. She treated him like a trick. I mean, he's awkward. When it comes to dealing with grown women, like, he doesn't know how to court and approach a grown woman without being all over them and trying to kiss all over them and doing weird stuff. That's why he works better with, being around people that are not in certain age groups, because they don't understand how awkward he is yet. Sometimes, you got to grow up to figure stuff out. Like when you look back on your first love or somebody you thought was fine in high school, and you see him later, like, damn, did you look like that the whole time? Why, I didn't know you was funny looking. It's kind of like that. When you get older, you realize that it's not what you thought it was. You don't know any better yet. So, okay, so I'm going to tap into Bennifer before I end up getting scared. I don't want my spirit guides to show me no types of visions that got to do with him and nobody that's at the pet cemetery or the Humane Society. Alrighty, show me what's going on with Bennifer. Angels, ancestors, and spirit guides. They're saying that it's trouble in the waters with their relationship. What's happening with Bennifer? Okay. So, interesting. King of Cups is someone who can be cold and aloof. And then you got the Seven of Wands. So, interesting enough, the King of Wands is somebody who feels very deeply, but they're stoic. And then when you see this Seven of Wands, this is showing me that he's withholding affection, and he's very defensive at the time. Now somebody need to call Peter on Drake. I'm surprised Peter ain't pulled up and windmilled him down. They definitely know how to show up and ruin a fur coat. Y'all. So he's literally King of Swords. He's very short and choppy with her right now. He's ostracized her. He's not dealing with her. Five of Pentacles is someone who is out in the cold. This feels like burr cold, okay? I wouldn't be surprised if they've been living apart for like maybe 5 or 6 months and it just wasn't public knowledge yet. Because when you see Five of Pentacles between a relationship and you got this King of Cups with this Seven of Wands, he's very defensive towards her. He's not dealing with her. He is separated from her emotionally. And that's saying a lot because he's a Leo. Leos are very outward with their affection and emotions. If a Leo is all for you, they're very passionate. Him being cold and aloof and standoffish means he don't want to be bothered with her at all. Leos are they're very into you or they straight on you. And this looks like he's straight on her. He wants balance through a new beginning because they've been fighting. Five of Wands. And this is fighting. Said, damn, J-Lo knows how to do anything. She knows how to do anything it gets to get a man, but she can't keep one. I said her and Halle Berry got us Leos looking real crazy. Boy, they they can attract them like a peacock, but send them running to the hills like the hills have eyes. I don't know what they do once the man get in their damn house. Yeah, Knight of Cups. This is offering his cup. And here it is. This is him. Fire sign, King of Wands. He's offering his cup. So the person who told me they seen him kissing somebody else, I'm going to have to say that this feels like that was true. He's offering his cup to somebody else already. Said, my totally contrived hair reminds me of pretending to have been poor in the Bronx. Ben, it's over. The internet, it's over. Said it's easy to get them, much harder to keep them. LOL. Apparently, it's like she get them and then she can't hold on to them like they got goose grease on them. I have never seen anything like her and Halle. They got bad luck with men. I mean, real bad. Yeah, strength. He excuse me. Y'all, strength in reverse. He ain't got it to give. He has no more patience. He has no more energy for the situation. And this is also for, you know, the card of the Leo. He out this bitch. He's straight on her. Aren't they both Leos? If I'm not mistaken, aren't they both Leos? Look at this. R.I.P. It's on ice. Yep. This is him. Falling under temperance. He wants a battle. Lord. He wants a balance through a new beginning. And his new beginning is death. A final ending that's a transition. Set me free. Also, they've been going back and forth. Y'all already know who the King of Cups is. We know a Scorpio. Okay? We know who that Scorpio is. And he's thinking about how they going to lose everything because of her attachment to the Scorpio. So it looks like the diddler was the last straw for him. He said, I don't have time for this shit. W said, J-Lo, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a curse on her bloodline or something that prevents her from keeping a solid relationship. Well, her and Halle Berry must have that same issue, because Jesus. J-Lo is a July Leo and Ben is an August Leo. Oh, Lord. August Leos, when they get choppy, oh, they can be nasty. So that, yeah, he's over it. So, yeah, it seems like the most logical because Drake has done her so dirty. IMO, but she won't let him go. Whew. What'd I tell y'all? He cutting her loose before this slow down his money. Oh, he said, you not going to take me to the poorhouse. I done had enough. Seven of Swords. Oh, come on now, Bennifer. Meet me at the Creep Inn. See you every weekend. Anybody that knows the group Ideal, play Creep In. Because this falling under the strength in reverse. Being out. And he's tipping, allegedly. So, that's that on that. How long did this marriage last? 6 minutes? Would you say get your swag back, Ben? Listen, Ben say you not going to have me down to the bank. Talking about some, what you mean I'm a negative $35? I just had $35 million. Yeah, not even 2 years. That feel like dating. They didn't even make it past the dating phase. The first 2 years, y'all ain't still all giddy over each other. I feel like, you know, the energy around Ben, he been over it for a while. And what I can see, they may have already been living separately for the last 5-6 months. So whenever that whole Dittler thing, hit the airwaves and they started mentioning her name, that put the last nail in the coffin. It was just too much. That witness, she came forward and she confirmed that the Dittler pulled out the pow pow, and that's how she got hit in the face. Ben said, "I'm not about to do this. This is too ghetto." Said she spent 20 million just this love story just to blow it. Yep, just for it to blow up in her face. 20 million. I got cousins that would have did way less for 20,000. A couple of them need a job right now. Girl, her and I don't get it. Her and Hallie lose money and lose men, get another man, lose more money. Maybe them two need to date each other. Maybe that's what need to happen. I don't know, because they got man repelling on them. Said, Miss Angel, can you tap into Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, the football player, is giving PR relationship to me. That's what it felt like at Super Bowl, but why not? Sure. Will Shine ever be compensated for his jail time? I'm going to say allegedly he may have been compensated under the table, and that's why he's having so much trouble with the people of Belize, because y'all, they created a whole new law to keep him out of office that says if you've ever been a felon anywhere in the world that you cannot be in office. And he's trying to get, this whole thing, looked at low key so that they can prove that what the lady said was true about her getting pow-powed in the face by the Dittler, so that he's not taken out of government down there where he's from. But hold on. Okay, there we go. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. Baby, I'm so unaffected by their relationship. I forgot already, and I was getting the cards out to tap in. That's a shame. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. Alrighty, let no Swiftie formed against me prosper. If I come up with some stuff they don't want to hear. Said allegedly $1 million compensation. Said I have a we don't say her name on here due to the bots, but Joanne. I keep getting the same energy, so I don't tap back in once I get the same energy. Things are going downhill fast with Joanne. If you've checked the Cowboy Carter sales, she hasn't made it past gold, and they're working on this world tour, and people are just not into that album. So she's going to have to do, I want to say she's going to have to extend Renaissance, because Cowboy Carter is just not getting people excited. No, none of her core fans are really excited about that album. So Leos in relationship are truly, no, we not difficult. I'll tell you like this. When a Leo really loves you, they will give you the shirt off their back and the last morsel on their plate. Now, when you get a vain Leo who is all about themselves, then they can be egotistical. But a Leo is they love to love out loud. A Leo is very, very expressive and very loyal when they love. They're one of the biggest softies that you could ever be in a relationship with. Just don't play with their feelings. Now that's when things get hectic. But see, The ones that you mentioned in talking about Tiger. First of all, Tiger had no business being with her because she was underage, and that was just a weird situation anyway. And that whole family is plastic. They're not even real people. So said Tay Tay likes girls. Kylie Jenner, she was in love with Jordan Woods. Oop, oop. We've never seen her smile like that since. Have you ever done a reading on Solange? Not yet, but I will tell you she's the spiritual powerhouse of that family. Alrighty. Taylor and Travis. Taylor and Travis. Intuitives, look at this. Now this I didn't expect to see. Ten of Swords, Six of Cups, Six of Pentacles. Whoo! So, you know, we know that the King of Wands is a very high profile, attractive person, but to have this fall by the Ten of Swords, it's like he feels betrayed in some kind of way. What is this? Ace of Cups. Hold on. I got to make sure I can show this because, you know, YouTube be messing with us over tarot cards. People can run around in G-strings, but we can't show certain cards. So y'all see this, the devil, right? Yes, and I've said that about Solange. She is the real magic in that family. Absolutely, hands down. Yeah, it says Solange has been mentioned a lot in these lives, but not in specific reading. Right. I've never done a tap-in as far as a reading where I've uploaded a reading on her individually, but yeah, we've tapped in on her a lot in these lives. Y'all, everything that glitters ain't gold. We've got arguing, we got heartbreak. Don't be surprised if somebody evacuates this situation, because we got Six of Swords here attached to the Ace of Wands. And we know the ace is that, you know, that phallic symbol. Said Patrick's home wife was hanging out with Taylor Swift when she shaded her when they received the championship. Yeah, the world. There's going to be an end of a cycle. Somebody's about to move on. Taylor definitely gives me witch vibes. I got that when Ice Spice was with her at the Super Bowl and Ice had that inverted cross on that necklace. I should have known when I saw her with that necklace and she looked confused walking with Taylor that she wasn't going to last too much longer. Said, and definitely not a light witch. No. My nails are long because I choose to let them be. Thank you for the engagement, though. Said you got the same vibes. Yeah. Y'all. Now, I don't know what the hell they got going on over there, but it's a wish fulfillment to get next to some sausages. We on Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce relationship, Empress V. This comes right after the world, the end of a cycle. I'm going to tell y'all right now, right here, and I'm going to stop this reading. This feels very beardish, okay? This feels very beardish. Avelina, thank you. I appreciate you, sweetie. And when I say beardish, I mean two beards, okay? Yes, a large shoe of Henny. Sausages. Absolutely. This feels very beardish. Milan, this feels like two people keeping each other's secrets. My doggone it. I really got to get on Patreon. Like anybody that's had a private reading with me, you know I channel music. Like I may sing, I may rap in the reading because it helps me to get out the message. But what I'm hearing is that I hear the secrets that you keep when you talking in your sleep. Whoever knows that song, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Yes, Stephanie. This feels very beardish, and somebody wants to do them and somebody doesn't, but this is going to cause them to bring this um, alleged charade to an end, and somebody's going to feel very betrayed, Ten of Swords, when this comes to an end. Because, yeah, if it, I don't know if any of y'all know what swag actually stands for, but back in the day in old Hollywood, they used to have what they call swag parties, and swag was actually an acronym for secretly we are gay, allegedly. You said I think Travis calls on his ex-girlfriend when he sleep. Now you hear what I just said. I hear the secrets that you keep when you talking in your sleep. If you know that song, then you know the lyrics that I'm referring to. So somebody ain't who they appear to be to the public. But they don't look. A high priestess ain't who they appear to be in the public. And somebody is tired of a charade and they want out. So said Travis is a good looking porcelain man too. Not porcelain. Not porcelain. Oh Jesus. Said the weekend song. No, baby. This is like an old this is like American Bandstand rock song. I'm dating myself even giving you the lyrics. Said I don't recall ever seeing him with white women either. Not that it matters. Like I said, everybody covering for everybody. And ain't nobody telling the truth allegedly. Stephanie said allegedly both. Hey, come on now, Cashmere. That you better tell him, Monifa, I can tell. For those of y'all that don't know, look up Monifa, I can tell, and watch the video so you know exactly what Cashmere is talking about. Because when that video came out, Monifa had people's mouths wide open. Like, what the hell are we watching? If you don't know that one, then the movie cover, where it's like, come here, let me blow in your eye. I think you got something in your eye. Anybody that's seen the movie cover, you know what I mean. Whoo! Said, yes, the romantics, talking in your sleep. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. I love that we got a diversified audience here. That's exactly who it is. So if you read the lyrics of that song, then you know what I was channeling. Said Taylor is still obsessed with Maddie Healy as well. A narc will never forget a sociopath who didn't want them, and Tay's no different. Said that song got her blackballed. Said the romantics for the secrets that you keep. Yes, yes, that's the song. Absolutely. I just don't want to sing it on here and they get to hit me with all them strikes like somebody playing drums. Said, oh, okay, The Weeknd had a song called Secrets. Oh, okay. No, it's not that one. It's the one that they're talking about. No, no apologies necessary. He had a line that I hear the secrets that you keep when you talk in your sleep. Okay, so he referenced the initial song. So thank you for letting me know that. Yeah, he referenced the initial song. That's an older song. Said Kendrick's first diss, Drake's wearing a beard. Now you see how diabolical Kendrick is with his lyrics because beard, facial hair, and he's got a beard. Said, OMG, not the sand in the eye. You gotta, if you seen the movie Cover, the guys that were on the low, they would check to see if another guy was on the low and tell them that you got something in your eye and blow in their eye to see how the other guy take it, and then they would know that both of them was on the low. So yeah, uh, said hear the secrets that you keep when you're talking in your sleep. I hear the secrets that you keep. Yep, when you're talking in your sleep. Yeah, that's the chorus of the song. Can you tap into Monifa in that song? I think that Monifa, for the most part, because she has a wife. She's married to her wife. That was two part. She was warming us up to let us know that she was going to come out, and she was telling us about what actually goes on in the industry. When you see these industry relationships and you see these people married to each other and they be like, oh, power couples. Well, one of the power couples is a power bottom. That's why they didn't want to put no more money behind Monifa after she came out with that. Like, you go sit in the corner now. We didn't tell you could talk like that out in public. Who eyes is the sand in? Well, it wasn't necessarily that they had sand in their eye. Yeah, I would never forget. I was working, and one of the main actors from that movie was at my job, and I did the line about the eye, and he literally damn near spit his drink out because he had to laugh like you are crazy. Said flashbacks are real. Listen, I'm telling y'all ever get a private reading with me? Like, if it hits me and I channel, I sing, I rap, all of that in the reading. Said Monifa has talent. Yeah. And see, she started off as a background singer. I'm trying to remember what band was it, because it was somebody that was more off into like Caribbean music. Thank you. I appreciate you. Say good night, lovely people. It's, oh my God, it's 3 a.m. over there. Please get some sleep. And please email me so I can schedule you. Question: why is TD Jakes still preaching? That's a very valid question. He playing in God's face. That's why he not gonna stop until he really gets canceled by the Most High. Because how do you step down and then 2 weeks later you back on the pulpit? So why did Sanaa Lathan allegedly bite Jolene on the lip, face? Was it something more? Allegedly, even with the the Swarm movie that they tapped into, because they kind of made fun of that in the movie. It was rumored that she may have been on a ski slope, allegedly. But see, it makes you think more so now than anything. Did Was she accustomed to being in those FO type environments, and that was something that people possibly did? It just wasn't meant to be seen in a certain place. So have you ever been swallowed? TD Jakes' voice. Every time I hear him say that, it's like, what? Who listened to you write this sermon and okayed that line? Yes, large shoe of Henny. We can do like a Google Meet video reading. That way, we figure out the time zone. I'll make some coffee. I will stay up for you. Yes, I will. Said y'all really calling her Jolene now? Well, well, some call her Jolene. We call her Joanne, and the reason why we call her Joanne is because her new alter ego is a white woman named Joanne from Texas. That's like I guess like an oil tycoon. But we try to keep the bots down because when we mention certain names, thousands of bots show up. Said, "Oh Lord, not the snowman." Yeah. So allegedly she was on some ski slopes, some Olympic ski slopes. That was the rumor. Says, do Jolie mess around with ladies? Is that true? Camel called who? Okay, is that supposed to be Hova because of the? Well, no, he calls himself Hova as in the God MC. That's where that comes from. It's supposed to be him cutting the word Jehovah to Hova for the God MC, which is actually him biting off of Rakim because Rakim was Rakim Allah, the rap god. So, according to Joanne's last drummer who sued her with a lawsuit that I don't know how she thought she was going to win in court when she said that she did black magic on her and she was stalking her and allegedly had her cat unalived. She claimed that they had one of those, you know, same-sex type relationships allegedly. I would not be surprised because it's not that many straight people in the industry, y'all, and that's not even being funny. It's really not. Said I would request a reading. I don't know if I can ask for one online. I don't do personals online because I really do dive deep. So I feel like everybody deserves to have, you know, their reading personally because you don't know what could come up. But please email me at angelkissestheoracle@gmail.com and we can book you a reading as soon as possible. I usually get back to you as soon as I get a chance. A lot of times it's not even a full hour before I message you back, but it's definitely not even a full 24 hours. I wouldn't be surprised if she got it on with Henny. I wouldn't either because Henny is like the samples at Sam's Club on Saturdays. It's getting to the point to where it's like, girl, who hasn't had access? It's starting to get real crazy. Oh, you said it's not personal? I mean, if it's something that's in the media, you can ask in here. I thought you meant personal. Said I was asking because I heard someone that the camel called Hoover because of his special. Oh, Lord. Oh, not his eureka abilities. I gotta find an interesting way to say that. No, it's not. It's not. It's not hover. So if somebody called him hover, that's even hilarious. That's them making fun of him calling himself Hova, but it's supposed to be Hova for the God MC. Oop. I mean, if he is good at it, then woo, those lips. Goodness gracious, gives. Not DSLs, Lord. So those lips, I can believe it all. I'm done. Said about the UK. What about the UK, love? So, oh my, not the camel. Y'all, I'm telling you, it's not that many straight people in the industry. That's why I don't understand why folks not that comfortable with coming out. Just, y'all run the majority of the industry. Just come out. What's the big deal? So Young Miami on Twitter lying about being peed on by Diddy, saying that it was just to promote her card game. She's trying to distance herself from him so bad. The feds must be knocking. Well, it's too late. She can't distance herself from that. And once you say that you've been peed on, you can't be unpeed on. That doesn't make sense. Princess Kate. If you're talking about her health, she's she's in a peculiar situation. She's finding out what Diana was facing, and that family really is blood in, blood out. Said a few years ago, all of the it girls in the industry were in a lead circle. Lala, Gabrielle, Sanaa, Sierra, Kelly, etc. Allegedly. Listen, I don't put nothing past none of those people, because you got to think about how much worse it can get. So if that's what they're into, it probably was out of safety. Like, if we all together, you know they can't pick us off like flowers. Said they do gay rituals. They do a lot of rituals. They do a lot of rituals. Understand fully. Yeah, Stephanie, like Fergie, all of them that speak against them are like you. It's very rare that you see somebody be able to successfully divorce out of the family and move on. That family, she people don't know what they get into when they get into, trying to be a princess or trying to be in certain high end circles. It gets dangerous trying to get out. So I used to feel bad for Jolene, because who can really wake up with to that face every day? Listen, Cashmere, you no lies told. I'm telling you, she earned every penny she done got. Cause I can't imagine if you hard to look at during regular hours after you got your hair lined up and you got on your cologne and you dress nice. I can't imagine rolling over with you needing chapstick and your mouth all open and you drooling on the pillow looking like rigor mortis. I could not endure that. That's where I'm petty. God don't like ugly, and I'm gonna go right along with God. That's just too much hard work. Mm-mm. And you got the nerve to have a face like that and still be cheating. That is very mean spirited. I can't do it. That's disrespectful for you to look like that and had the audacity to cheat. So that would just me put me in a bad mood. Hell, it would dry up something. I tell you that much. Say, wait, Cashmere, I just saw your comment now, because that's why I said I couldn't say that out loud. His eureka abilities, his vacuum abilities. I can't. Ooh, not the DSLs. Said, I'm old enough to remember. I am almost 69, and I remember what the royals allegedly did to Princess Diana. Yeah, they put Diana through hell. They did. She was like one of the best things that ever happened to them. And when she was ready to leave and she no longer wanted to be over there with Charles' funny looking ass, they 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 ruined her until they got rid of her. And I'm gonna believe, allegedly, that's my opinion, that they got rid of her. They could not handle the fact that not only she left, but she left and got a man of color. And then here it is, he go and marry the side chick that he was cheating with. Like, how? So I don't blame her for messing with Julius. Me neither. She needed a break from all that damn hard squinting. Camel face is camel face is a jump scare. Said Jolene doesn't seem too attracted to him at all. I mean, can you blame her? I know they say, personality is supposed to be more important than looks, but I need at least a 50-50 balance. You just can't come up here with a whole I don't even know what to call this. Says, sorry, 60, I just put the drops in my eyes. You probably seen Jay-Z morning face. I get it. Take all the time you need to put some drops in your eyes. Like, I could not imagine rolling over seeing him in the morning. I would literally be scared. And just imagine having a hangover and you roll over and see that. Aretha Franklin, ain't no way. Yes, Julius is nice to look at. Julius is a nice piece of man candy. Said when Nas called him ugly, his feelings was hurt. Listen, don't make me sit up and listen to Ether tonight. But did Nas lie? That's all I can say. Did Nas lie though? It said their pictures always seem so forced and awkward. It's kind of interesting because it's like, she stopped us from seeing pictures of her and Julius being taken, but you could see the chemistry between her and Julius. The way she smiled at Julius, you never really seen her smile like that at Jay-Z, or it's just been so long that we don't remember. But I'm telling you, if I got to do this to look at you, I can't do it. I got to still be attracted. No, that's a special form of birth control. I'm not that grown up. Personality count for something, but not that damn much. I can't see your personality across the room in the bar. So can you tap me if Blue is her daughter of Kathy White? Ooh, 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 Jesus. That might need to be my last one of the evening. That might need to be my last one of the evening. Goodness gracious. So this evilness is more of a turn off than his cheating. He used to pop up in my dreams a lot. He'd be trying to steal gifts from regular people. Baby, all that destiny swapping and stealing is over. He got unplugged from the spirit realm. They told me that distinctively in the light and the dark. He got cut off from both sides. Said, Adrian, you got me hollering. I'm dead serious. That's just too much damn work. God did not want you to work that hard to be in a relationship. My grandmother told me growing up that you should, if you ugly, you should at least have a nice personality. It would make no sense to be ugly twice. He ugly about a good 3 times. That don't make no sense. You gonna be ugly spiritually, personality wise, and physically. You got to give a bitch a break. You can't come to the table with all those negatives. Can you tap in on the names called by Diddy? Oop, I'm afraid to tap in the names because ain't no telling what my spirit guide's gonna tell us. Can you read Camel's current look? Cause I don't understand it. Look up the painter Basquiat. He looks exactly like him. It's like he has totally taken on his image and he's channeling him. So I keep hearing that song from the album. Like, what's going on? Listen, Jay-Z got the kind of face that would scare you in a dark nightclub. I ain't lying. Could you imagine being a stripper swinging around the pole and all this money is flying up, and when you get further down the pole, you see him? I would crawl right back up. Ain't no way. I'm serious. You got to give a break. Like, you can't look like that all the time and then you're going to wake up and look worse, and you got the nerve to have a messed up attitude. Like, where is the win? I see why she stay on tour. I'd be gone too. Me and Julius. Yes, that Basquiat was a gay man, right? Yes. See, it's not about him being gay. It's about the energy that he represented with the arts. He's siphoning the energy of creativity. But according to y'all and the whole DSL comment, he might have inherited that by channeling him too. So said Jolene strong as for that one. Like, listen, she a better woman than me, because I'm telling you, I am not that adult-like when it come to that. Y'all pray for me. I can only go so far with something like that. I'd be like, look, God, now I know good and well When you put some names in the hat and you shook it up and pulled one, you had a couple other choices in your hand. I'm gonna need to go with number 2 and number 3. It's got to be some runners up. It's got to be some runners up. I refuse to believe that the angels would play with me like that. Oh, Lord. How about, because I don't like to tap directly into children unless it's like missing cases. I'm going to tap into the energy of Jolene and Kathy White to see what the energy is around them. And we'll see what the energy tells us. And I'm going to make this my last one and get off of here before I end up in a rabbit hole I ain't got no business in. Can you read what happened to Rita Ora and the camel? Baby, damn near everything that happened with that camel and everybody else had to do some strange things for some change, and then you say no and we don't see you no more. Said I was so happy when he called out Oprah's name. I felt like a proud mom. And I'm 44. I remember not liking her as a child. I find it funny how she says that she doesn't want to interview rappers and she doesn't want to be bothered with hip hop. But when she was trying to get that show going and get those numbers up back in the early 90s, she definitely had hip hop artists and R&B people on her show, like when she was skinny, like the third time. Because y'all know she was yo-yoing back and forth. Show me the energy between Joanne and Kathy. Oh, face down. What is this? Y'all, you got the Empress and the Eight of Cups. Pregnancy, baby mama, walking away from a relationship. Four of Pentacles, falling next to the Empress. Ace of Coins. Page of Cups. Y'all, Three of Coins. This feels like somebody may have tried to strike a deal. Somebody may have wanted to pay somebody for a contract, possibly allegedly give someone some type of money and have them sign off or sign over on something that had to do with a child. Yeah, they were going to pay her to go away. Or Joanne was possibly going to pay her to go away. Oh, so Three of Wands. It was going to be in her best interest. This was like a ship's coming in, a blessing, okay? If a cycle came to an end, the world. This is saying that somebody was allegedly watching someone. Someone was keeping eyes on someone, possibly hiring someone to watch someone. Four of Wands. So now we know that this Empress was affecting this situation because they were lovers, allegedly. Ooh wee. Y'all, I'm trying to see how I can show this because y'all that been with me for a while, you know I read as I shuffle, not just what hits the table. So we got the Eight of Swords, the Two of Cups, and Judgment. This is taking a dark turn. Eight of Swords is like someone that's being held, someone that's being bound, possible entrapment. Two of Cups by a relationship, possibly face judgment being held, being bound. Said Joanne was taunting Kathy in her videos. Um, I'm going to have to say a strong allegedly. I'm going to have to blame this on imaginary people somewhere in the back of my head. But allegedly, the imaginary people are saying that she was held against her will. Seven of Swords. This was underhanded activities for coins to keep someone financially established. Hermit, also a card of seclusion. Got someone by themselves and it caused a hangman. This hangman is also someone resting in stasis. Oh, this is getting real messed up. To my intuitives, I want you to pay attention to this artwork. Okay? So if you see the face at the bottom of the tree, which, you know, trees can represent the tree of life, and then you see this person hanging in the balance in the midst of the tree, okay? You see what looks like this person sleeping at the roots of the tree. Remember I said someone being held in stasis, okay? Possibly allegedly being in a coma, would be held in stasis. Remember I just said coma, allegedly. Somebody being held at rest, at stasis. End of a cycle, the world. Y'all, this feels vegetative. And this tower brought in an opportunity for someone, something that ended up being a major blessing, an opportunity that is attached to a page. Pages are children. So I'm going to tap out of that. I ain't going to say too much more. I know I got a smart bunch over here. So I think y'all picked up what y'all needed to pick up out of that. Said I knew you weren't lying about the family too much with the magic stuff because the whole family popped up in my dream. Jolene mom tried to feed me food and stuff. Yeah, it's never good to eat in your dreams. If you ever have a dream where someone's trying to feed you, wake up and pray to cancel the assignment, because a lot of people who do witchcraft will feed you in your dreams so that they can get you to ingest spell work. Said no wonder Blue doesn't seem close to Jolene. Can you read what happened to Rita, Aura, and the camel? Zai baby, I just told you what happened. She had to go along to get along, and when she said no, you know, between that and Joanne feeling some type of way, she got dismissed, and her career ended up being solely on her at that point. Angel, did you ever read on what really happened between Chris and Rihanna that night of the Grammys? Um, Unfortunately, that was a two-way situation. Um, Chris, being the male of that situation, got, oh, you're welcome, baby. He got the raw end of the stick because people didn't read the police report. They didn't pay attention. It wasn't just him laying hands. They were equally laying hands, but because he's bigger, it it more so fell on him. He wasn't willing to press any charges, and if he had a pressed charges, she would have gotten in trouble because she laid hands first. But when you tie it back to the same marketing group, the same people, you're going to see a lot of the same energy happens with how things get reported, how police reports get altered and disappeared, and phone calls being made to take people off of things and out of things. So yeah, um, it doesn't help that he grew up witnessing, similar abuse. And when you think about having the whole world against you at 19 years old, how is a 19-year-old supposed to cope with that outside of substances? Because who can you go to? Who can you talk to that can help pull you out of this? But yeah, it was a terrible situation. That was a two-way situation. Yes, yes, they were beating on each other. She hit him first. Yeah, cat eyes. So I want to know if it was really because he found out she gave him, we'll say, the smeasles. All right, I'm gonna make this my last one and then get off of here. Cause y'all, I'm greedy. I want to go in here and either fry some catfish or make some lamb chops. So all kind of stuff I ain't got no business eating at this time of night, but oh well. Um, we'll do the kippers. Why did they actually get into it? What was behind it? Okay, so we've got this man here with thoughts. So from on the distant horizon, okay? So this is showing me that Chris was already moving on at this point. This stage and what they had going on felt more like a PR situation, okay? So he already had another female in mind that he wanted to deal with on the distant horizon. So you got Courthouse, Great Fortune, and the Lovers. So we already know it cost him a great fortune when this ended up going before, the judge was supposed to cancel him and end his career. So we got to think about what happened at this house. Something happened at a house in particular, a big house like a mansion. Once again, this coffin, this was supposed to bury his career. Now, being that you got a message at the end of the bottom of the deck, what did he receive? What was the message? Marriage in the family room. Now, marriage is also, you got to think about what happens in marriage the night that people get married. Someone was consummating, okay? And Oh yeah, there was a toil and labor that happened due to a message that came through. Something that had to do with the family room at the house. What did he walk into? What? Because this feels like he walked in on her engaging in something at this house in a allegedly occupation. Now we got thoughts, coffin, and occupation. Like I said, he felt like all of this happened. This was going to be an end to his career. At this point, he was the wealthy man. Expectations. So he expected to, he really wanted to marry her. He thought that this is where this relationship was going to go, but it ended up being a pathway. Wow, y'all. The thief and the wealthy man. It's like the situation stole his career. It stole the path that he was supposed to go in. The pathway. Yeah. Mature woman and the thief. So this is feeling like, y'all, there was an older woman that Chris was into, and it feels like allegedly Rihanna felt like this older woman was stealing her man. She may have saw a message that he received from this older woman, because remember I told you he was supposed to meet with another woman. This felt more like a PR situation at this point. Says she was supposedly on her knees. Ooh. So there possibly was an alleged pregnancy led to despair. Unexpected income in courthouse. So y'all, a lot of weird stuff came out of this situation. Left him in despair. So I would not be surprised if under the table, oh, y'all done took me down a rabbit hole. Y'all done took me down a rabbit hole. This is another reason why they wanted to kill his career and they wanted to take his income. What's another word for a gift, y'all? When I see this, what's another word for a gift? LaDon, I know y'all love rabbit holes. Close, present. If it's a parcel, what is it? What's a gift that keep on giving? Package. When I get this card to answer questions like that, package. The gift that kept on giving. You gave a package. Allegedly. And they were concerned about this coming out in court. This looks like a lot of money was spent to keep certain things from coming out in court. Damn it, this was the message of concern. Remember I kept asking about what was the message? Now, remember, back in the day, doctors you know, give you results. Envelope. See the woman reading what's in the envelope. Oh, wee. Well, Jaguar, I may have confirmed you. Thank you, Amethyst Rose. Thank you, Miss LaDon. I'm going to go wash my eyes right now because, y'all, real talk, you know, whether people hood or not, add a couple drinks, add some bad news like this. Even the average person that might never, ever, ever lay a hand on a fly could get active, okay? Mystic Milan. Oh, y'all. I always say y'all got to listen close when Jag talk. She might put a little extra sauce on the meat, but it's definitely plenty of meat on the bone. Literally. Cell therapy. Goody Mob. Listen to me now. Believe me later on. If anything is ever to happen to Jag, y'all, people gonna go back to all the things she said over the years and be like, damn, she told us that. So I believe it's more than just, we'll say sneasels. I think they also might have house in Virginia. Yeah, so Jag is the truth. I keep telling people, like, you know, even when she gets angry and she lashes out, she's speaking through PTSD. So how do you expect somebody to speak through PTSD when they've experienced the worst of the worst? You know, she experienced abuse as a child and then went into an abusive industry that re-triggered her from her childhood and dragged her through hell as an adult. That's a lot of PTSD. Said, I heard the diddler had a house in Virginia and gave it to Kim. Whew, goodness gracious. Y'all, I'm going to go ahead on and get off of here. Like I said, I feel like I got to go wash my eyes, my ears. I need to take some sage and some Palo Santo and do this all over my third eye. Because now y'all see why I said I walked away from the industry. They didn't put me out. I left because it is a very jaded, nasty place. And it takes a lot to keep your energy clean and to vibrate on a higher level. It's not a place that's designed for people to vibrate high. It's just not. Even in the gospel music industry. If y'all think what y'all seeing in the secular side is crazy, baby, they do way more on the gospel side. It's beards everywhere. Oh, thank you for coming to hang with me, Milan's Mystic Messages. I love it here with y'all. Yes, all of you have a blessed night. I'm about to go in here and find some calories I have no business engaging in at this time of night. And I will be seeing y'all soon. I'm going to try to put out a few videos tomorrow to give everybody something for tomorrow evening for the holidays and to have some content out for Tuesday. And like always, anybody that like to book me, you can reach me at angelkissestheoracle@gmail.com. And I'm very swift with getting back in touch with you. I love y'all all. Many blessings to all of you. And I guess Chris said it best. These hoes ain't loyal. Whew. Y'all. Yes, it's a bunch of beards and gospel, sweetie. A bunch. It's beards on beards on beards. Go back and listen to what Kelly Price said about that the Sunday morning service show that she was doing on BET. while she out here windmilling right now for uh, Diddy. She exposed the whole Sunday morning service show and said she was the only one that was faithful in her marriage, and talked about people messing with youngins and, you know, being every type of sexual. Yeah. And that's been going on for a long time. They keep those uterus scraping clinics, they keep them alive. Please believe it. I just won't name any names, but I've been in some very interesting rooms, sitting in the corners like, wait a minute, who? Yeah, gospel music got a lot of skeletons, my baby. A lot. A lot. You say General High Booty is one of them. On that one, I'm getting the heck out of here before y'all get me in trouble. Y'all have a good night. Oh, goodness. See y'all later. Be blessed.